is first. Alright, I think we're good to go. I believe we are. Alright. So how long do we have until the beginning of the maintenance? Like 6 hours, right? So we have 50 minutes until siege. Hope you're doing okay. I mean, look. At the end of the day, stuff follows its course, you know what I mean? I'm doing what I have to do. You know, it's obviously adding a lot more to my day-to-day stuff, you know? But I'm navigating through it, and, you know, we just keep on keeping on. There's no point in... like, you know, just staying idle over everything, so yeah. Doing my stuff. Well, it's that chat certainly took a turn, but I appreciate the support for sure. But yeah, like at the end of the day, you just deal with the stuff you gotta deal with, and then yeah, you just keep on keeping on. I'll check my chance of situation. I think I overcapped on energy, so yeah. Let me check that out real quick. Maybe we fix that. Maybe we run some like kind of whatever dungeons. Just go from there, basically. I need to take that. Yep, I'm capped. Alright. Well, isn't that a bit of a problem? Isn't that a bit of a predicament? I think I might just like give up on Cradle on this character. Like, it's too difficult to join pogs. All of them are on request. They don't take you if you're too low level, right? So unless I get like a pre-made from chat, I think it's GG's. And I don't really have the time to like navigate through PF. Did you buy the Arcana Pass on your ult? Yes, I did. This character already had gold Arcanas, so I'm not buying the levels with this one. I'm just gonna take the free cards over time. I did buy the levels on the other ults though, to start farming Fire Temple. So yeah. But yeah. And speaking of Fire Temple, I think we're just gonna do that. Yeah, just Fire Temple 2 bosses, chop chop. Don't think too hard about it, and just get the money, get the Bilic mats. I do need some gold from Fire Temple as well to get the cores to craft a Ebony Guard on my main before the end of the season, so yeah. I got kicked from a Fire Temple lobby as a 2.8k chanter. Interesting. Like, see, if I'm getting kicked from that, I'm not gonna make it in Cradle. Like, I've done Cradle plenty of times on this character, but yeah, pogs are just especially stupid, you know what I mean? So yeah. But you already have a guard on your main? Yes, I have a Dark Dragon guard right now, but the thing is, I have so many bound mats because of like running ult and everything that I just want to use those bound mats before the end of the season, just so my guaranteed craft doesn't go to waste. You know what I mean? Why the fuck? Okay, well, I guess the PF bugged. Safe and noble? Nah. Nah. Not again, bro. I'm not making like orange crafted. That's never happening. But I might just make an Ebony Guard, so this way I get like the few extra eye level, a little bit of extra like DPS juice for Sanctuary. I think it's gonna be... I think it's not gonna be like useless. I do want to try and reach as close as possible to 3.7 before the release of Sanctuary 2. This way, if it does turn out to be 3.7, then I just have to buy maybe a couple of IO bolts. Maybe push like a couple of like breakthrough levels to get in. So yeah. Last time I checked, it was around 600 mil. It's not that unreachable. The problem isn't so much that it's not reachable. Like, obviously, if I save up for like a month or something, I would be able to click the craft, right? The problem is that the craft success is basically a 50-50. And then if I fail the craft, I'm fucked. It's GG's, right? I've lost a month of progress that I could have invested elsewhere in more guaranteed avenues, you know what I mean? And all of that for what? Just for a piece of gear that I literally do not need to do anything in the game. You know what I mean? Like, whether it's PvE or PvP, nobody needs an orange weapon, you know? Like, it's just not needed. I'm already killing capped gear players with 10 ping. I'm already clearing every piece of PvE content in the game. So, clearly I don't need it. You know what I mean? So I just want to focus on avenues that are like more guaranteed progress rather than doing something like this. So like, just do a guaranteed craft for the season just to get it out of the way, and then just focus on getting my amplification to breakthrough 5 in both PvE and PvP. Maybe eventually upgrade my mana stones, because my PvP mana stones are not the best, especially with the accuracy changes, or rather the evasion changes. Yeah, like I just want to focus on that first, rather than just dump a bunch of money into something that could potentially just go to waste. Because that money is hard earned, you know what I mean? Like, I'm playing a bunch of ults, I'm spending a lot of time, so I need to make every single Kina count, you know, towards my character progression. Oh yeah. And that's not to say that I will never make an orange weapon, you know? Like, at the end of the day, if they change the system itself, if they add a guaranteed way to like a guaranteed craft, like they did the rest, and if they make it more accessible, so on and so forth, maybe I'll eventually transition, you know? But for now, I just don't see the need, and it's too much of an uncertainty. Hello, Svava. So yeah. Like 140 bucks if you do the thing. Nah. The thing is, I've always been the kind of guy that doesn't spend money in these games, and that's not about to start on the fucking random Taiwanese server. You know what I mean? If I had to swipe, I would have swiped on Iron 1, where it was actually like meaningful. I'm not gonna swipe on Iron 2 Taiwanese edition. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Even if someone like wanted to donate me the money to do it, I probably wouldn't do it. Especially like with everything going on in my life right now, like I just need my money elsewhere. I don't know how else to put it, right? I don't want to sound melodramatic or anything, but yeah. If I'm gonna spend 140 bucks on something, it's not gonna be on a video game mace. Especially not one that is not gonna change anything in terms of my quality of life in game. Is it 2 boss or 3 boss? Okay, it's 2 boss. Alright. So yeah, and also in general with these games, I just enjoy the whole process, you know? I enjoy the grinding, I enjoy the farming, I enjoy the entire process, right? And swiping to skip part of the process just cheapens the fun to me, because you just swipe to skip all of the grind, you swipe to skip all of the content, and then what are you left with, you know? And then you're just bored, and you're like, there's nothing for me to do in game. Like, bro, many such cases, you know. The people that swipe these humongous amounts on those games just keep doing this to themselves, you know. Like, I'd rather be struggling, but at least I'm having fun with the struggle, you know. And at least when I achieve something, when I do something, it's all me, you know. Oh yeah. But you know, it's just a different approach. Just like maybe a more like old school foghead MMO approach. But yeah, that's the way I'm looking at it for sure. And that's not to say that if they sell a skin or a mount or something that I find interesting, I'm not going to swipe for it, right? Like this, I don't really have a problem spending money on, although I haven't done it on this game yet. I think I bought like one die. I think I've spent the whole like $3 on a die. There you go. That's the extent of my swiping. So yeah. I'm surprised that it's taking this long to kill her, considering how fast the mini-boss was. You know? Okay. You can tell I haven't been playing my Chanta at all, by the way, because I took flight for the first time on my Chanta since the patch yesterday, and I noticed that the gap closer was always available on flight now. That's crazy. I invest into my character, look after getting an appearance change ticket, and I'm buying a skin. Yeah, and you know what? Fair enough. And look, at the end of the day, skin or not, you know, like my approach to the game and those things are mine and mine alone, right? If anybody wants to spend money to buy a crafted piece of gear or anything of the like in the game, more power to them. You know, I don't care. I couldn't care less about what other people are doing with their time and money. It's genuinely none of my business. So yeah, like, I'm not gonna shame anyone. Although if you go around boasting about being stronger than anybody else after spending like 50k on your character, then I will think that you're a dickhead. I'm not gonna necessarily say it, but I will personally be thinking it. But that just, you know, that's just me. Any updates on the dungeons and sealed dungeons roster bound? They've said pretty early on that they don't want to do account bound sealed dungeons, so I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. Yeah. Like, I don't think their goal is necessarily to like make olds like feel mandatory because of how accessible they are, so I think they want to keep like some amount of barrier to entry for olds. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, who knows, maybe in the future. At the end of the day, I would not put it past them to like eventually do it. There's a sealed dungeons, they won't do it. Well, I mean, they've said as much, that they have no plans for it, so yeah. Also, it's kind of crazy that I've been getting an SM orb on every single character multiple times in Fire Temple. The most worthless weapon of all time. Is it worth checking out Iron 1 in its current state? I want something to play casually. So I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Is Iron 1 still a great game? It is, but not retail and not the current state of Classic. That's the problem, right? Okay. I'm gonna make 2 recommendations to you, and then you do whatever you want with them, right? I would either wait out for them to release a fresh version of Ion, which might happen in EU at some point, but like maybe a fresh version of Ascend or something, although Ascend is a bit of a weird fucking server, so maybe not. Or if you really want to check out Iron 1 in a stable way on a patch that most people like and stuff like that, there's plenty of private servers for you to do that, like for free, right? And with like maybe not the biggest population, but at least you would be able to experience the game and go through the motions and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, maybe something like that. Are you on NA or EU? I forgot. NA? NA is a bit difficult. Yeah, the NA Ion community is definitely almost non-existent, so if you play on anything, you're probably gonna have to deal with EU ping, but I don't know if that's a problem for you. If it's not a problem for you, then you can maybe check out something like Euro Ion or something. Like, yeah, you're gonna have like 100 ping, but if you've never played Ion 1, it's like a decent patch to test the game out on, and like, in terms of the programming and everything, EU Ion is basically retail-like. Like, it's basically the way retail was on that patch. Except maybe they have like a few custom things, like a few extra skins and like that, right? But I think it's the reason I quit Ion 2. Yeah, but the problem... I mean, look, man, I'm gonna be honest. The problem with North America is that you're kind of fucked when it comes to MMOs. Like, ping-wise. Because the NA community, they only play RuneScape and WoW, so every other MMO just kind of dies in NA. So you could technically, okay, technically speaking, you could maybe play like, I don't know, Ion Ascend or Ion Classic on NA, but you're gonna have a total population of maybe 12 people. So if you just want to get a taste for the game, then I guess that's fine, but you do have to come to the term that you're never gonna have a big population on an MMO that isn't fucking RuneScape on NA. You know what I mean? I guess I'll go back to Maple Story. I mean, that is an option, but yeah. Like, I'm just being 100% honest with you, right? I mean, then again, maybe there are North American private servers. I know there was one that came out around the time of Ascent that was called like Ion Americas or something, but I cannot vouch for the code quality of any of the servers, which is quite important on Ion 1. Like, the quality of code is really important and really fucking, and you hugely differ between from one server to another. Now, back in the days, we had Not Ion, and Not Ion had an NA version, but Not Ion closed. So yeah, I genuinely cannot recommend anything on the NA side. I mean, maybe you can ask. I know there's a few people like from NA that I played with on a variety of servers that tend to like go from servers to servers and check shit out. So maybe you can like ask around on the Ion community Discords and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure even like the core NA Ion 1 players play on the EU servers, because the dedicated player base for this game is only on EU. But like, that is one of the things that I hope will change with the revival of NC EU and NC NA, right? Like NC West in general. I hope it's not just gonna be for Ion 2, but they're also gonna bring back the Ion ecosystem in general, right? Like, also release all of those event servers on Ion 1 that Korea is getting. Why is the Chanter not doing Cradle? Because the Chanter is capped on energy, and I can't be bothered navigating through the headache of getting kicked and doing one dungeon every 30 minutes. I just need to get my energy out right now. Look, the truth of it is I've just completely fallen behind this week, right? I haven't played at all this week, so I'm really behind on everything. Like, there's a 0% chance I'm gonna be able to do Sanctuary on my Chanter this week, and I'm also probably gonna be missing out on raids on a bunch of my characters. Like, yeah, not much else to it, you know. And like, the thing is, I also need to do, dude, I have like 4,000 energy on my main. You know what I mean? I need to do that. I need to do that, but I can't because my ults are like capped. Why do you get kicked? Because people expect like 3k, 3.1k for normal mode Cradle, even though you don't need that. But it's just that pogs are stupid. So yeah. Like, I've run Cradle like 20 something times on this character, but it's just a headache because I just have to navigate until I find a group that will take me. And I can't really deal with like spending the time to do that right now. Invite me after? Yeah, sure. Nice, I've been talking while muted. Great, for me. But basically what I'm saying is, even now, technically speaking, I should be doing Nukum on this character because I'm missing a guard, I'm missing pieces of armor, so on and so forth, right? But I'm just missing time right now, and I just want to start the next week with a clean slate. I just want to like empty out all of my energy on my ult and not have to worry about it next week because I'm still gonna have, I'm still gonna be out of the house a bunch next week because, you know, of reasons. So yeah, I can't really be spending too much time to optimize and min-max everything. I just want to be done with it. The only issue are the Transcendence lobbies. Not up or wanting more common power than I have. Yeah, I mean that's just pugs in general, right? And like that's the benefit of having a pre-made. Oh wait, 1 second. I'll just make a group with you. I need to clear all my shit too, because next week I gotta do PoE. Yeah, yeah, true. I did see the league announcement. It's like Mirage or whatever, right? I was listening to like some interview about it. Looks nice, looks fun. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I wish I had time. I don't want to sound melodramatic or anything, but genuinely, I kind of wanted to play Diablo 2 and try the Warlock and everything. I kind of want to test out the new PoE League. There's other games I want to play out, right? Dude, I just don't have time. You know, I'm juggling too many things at the same time. It's yeah. It is what it is, I suppose. That's just how life goes. Alright, just let me know your name, by the way. So we can just get this started. Right, well that works. If anybody else wants to do Fight Temple in chat, just let me know. I'll open the lobby. Do we do 2 boss or 3 boss? I think I'm just gonna do 2 boss, man. Is it okay with you if we just do 2 boss? I just want to empty out this energy and just move on to something else. Bus driver, yeah, that's him. 2.4k attack at 2.2k gas score. XD. How much attack do I have? 2100. Oh, when I'm working? Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. There's plenty more where that came from because now my elementalist is like getting capped energy soon. Like I'm just gonna be constantly juggling like a big whack-a-mole. How much ping does Sakura have? I think Sakura has like 6 ping or something. Something inhumane like that. Yeah. 4 right now? Yeah. I mean, bro is literally living on in the fucking NC basement, dude. He's within the building, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure even people within the building don't get pinged that low. Right, I'm in Taiwan, yeah, there you go. I mean, I'm guessing the servers are like in Taipei or something, right? So yeah, bro has Z ping. You know, it's funny, I have experienced 0 ping in a game before because I was doing work on an Iron 1 private server at some point, right? And we had like a local testing to run, you know, basically local PTR. So at that point, I experienced Iron 1 with 1 ping. What a fucking different game that is, you know? And hello, Raiden. Like even Iron 1, and like Iron 1 is a game where I have had period of times where I played the game with like 20 ping, right? But man, the difference it makes, you know? Speaking of ping, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but they are gonna optimize the response time of the dodge, which is interesting because I do think it's already pretty reactive. But I guess they're gonna make it even more reactive. Oh yeah, by the way, Raiden, you don't get to bitch about flight anymore. I realized yesterday what they did with the melee gap closers in flight now. They're just always available. Melees are literally the king of flight now. There's no counterplay because you can't dodge roll to avoid it, right? It's just fucking insane. Like, you have to use impact type scrolls in flight now, otherwise you're just cooked. Like, Gladiator just like on engage just stuns you for like 3 seconds. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, yeah, like Gladiator, Assassin, Chanter, like Templar, insane in flight. All of them. I just need more buttons so I can actually use the skill I want, yeah. I mean, just gonna let them cook, right? They are still in the testing phase for the TTK change, and then after that we'll see. We'll see how things go. Good stagger. Whoever keeps making the decision is actually brain dead. I mean, I think it's just like people are complaining about the fact that you can't use the gap closer in this fight, which is it's a fair complaint, right? But I just think just making them outright available 24/7 is maybe a bit much. Because the whole point of the fact they're available after a dash is that you have a tail on the ground to know when you want to dodge roll. To actually dodge the dash, because the gap closers, like the dash gap closers, are actually quite powerful, right? They do a lot of damage, they stun you. But in flight, you're just gonna getting fried, you know? Yeah, like this shit has no cooldown. Like, just making it outright available is kind of crazy. Obviously, the better solution would just be to, like, the better solution would be to allow us to dash in flight. But I guess they were just like, yeah, fuck it, we just do this now. I mean, we'll see if they just keep it this way forever. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it can't work, but it's definitely very fucking oppressive. I mean, it basically reversed the tendencies in flight, right? Because range classes went from having an advantage in flight to melee classes. Like, now melee classes are dominating flight because of that, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what they do. Bro left, crazy work. Do I have to do this? Yeah, I do. The assassin one is very nice. It breaks shield on hit. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. And like, at the end of the day, you can impact people on the ground while in flight, you know? So you might as well just perma-flight basically as a melee in the abyss. So we can Templar shield, yeah. I guess we can just start. Who cares? The fourth guy is fucking decorated anyways. The upcoming patch is... It's a small one, but we did get a few interesting informations with that dev live. Also, it's going to be a short update tonight, so I'm going to be able to make the patch note video like pretty much as soon as the server comes up, which is nice, because it's basically going to be like 1 AM for me or something. I'll just do it like off rip, basically. And I have to anyways, because tomorrow I'm gonna be out of town. So yeah. I'll just upload the patch note video as soon as the server comes up, and then I'll be out of town tomorrow. If I do a stream, it's gonna be like a late NA stream situation, I guess. Okay, patch notes up? Nah, they usually go up when the servers go down, right? So just a couple of hours. But we did just get the dev live, right? So, oh yeah, by the way, I didn't pay attention. So they're gonna change rifting to give you out of season AP once again. And hello Lapara. But they said that basically once you reach your cap and it starts giving you out of season AP, the amount you get is like much lower or something. So we'll have to see how that works out. Is it... do you guys remember if it's happening this patch or if it's the patch on the 11th? I forgot. But either way, I'm curious to see how much AP we're going to be able to farm. Next? Okay. Okay, so tonight we're getting uncapped AP in the in Riften. Okay. I'm just curious about the class changes. There's not much. I mean, I'm just a bit confused at some of the changes. I mean, Elementalist is getting its dick and balls like swallowed by the devs once again. So that happened. And Chanta is getting a damage buff for some ungodly reason. Sork is getting some weird buff with polymorph. And then what else? I need to pull out the notes again. Because Glad is a P, nerf Glad. I mean, right now Glad is really strong, to be fair. Glad is really strong right now. The patch after this? Okay. So the one on the 11th then, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. And how long it takes them until they revert their decision. Not in PV, it's not. I mean, who cares? I mean, I know. Obviously, it matters, right? But you know, it's not like there's anything in PV right now that's like really extremely demanding. Anyways, we'll see Sanctuary, right? But yeah, like PvP balance is the one that is like the most impacting right now, right? Problem with PvP right now is doesn't come from class balance. Well, it comes from a multitude of things, and it also includes class balance, if we're gonna be honest. Like, there's inherent problems with like the damage calculation and so on and so forth. Obviously, like the crafted PvE gear is a bit problematic as well. Although, if the TTK was handled the same way as it was in IN1, it probably would not be nearly as much of a problem, if that makes sense. And look, I got the right, good mat. Nice. But yeah, just a bit weird right now is all. You need to get your ults to 2.8k Sakura, so we can actually do Cradle with this character. That's your assignment for next week. There you go. I'm so lazy. There's a recent video from a Korean streamer playing Arena on his friend's Cleric. Yeah, I mean, like, 0 ping capped gear Cleric is fucking stupid right now. Someone the machine gun in the guy's spawn and lifted his hands up. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're fighting someone with equal gear, it's not that simple. But yeah, I mean, I know. Obviously, yeah. Like, but all of this just stems from the PvP damage calculation just being wacky right now. Like, because the Divine Aura being like this in PvE is fine. It should be like this in PvE. It's just that in PvP it's a bit too much. Oh, it was a Ranger? Okay, I mean, Ranger is a bit different though. Like, Ranger is actually a fucking victim class. Ranger is just fucking lame. You know what I mean? Like, it's a glass cannon that doesn't do anything other than just hold one button and do damage. And like, its source of CC is from a random passive proc. Like, it's so fucking dumb. You know? Like, there's virtually no brains to playing Ranger. There's literally nothing smart you can do. It's just, the class is fucking stupid. You just buff up. You put down the mark. And then you just hold the button. You know? And then you hope you do more damage than your enemy. Like that in specific is not a Cleric problem, it's just a DPS classes being designed in a stupid way right now problem. If I'm gonna be honest. But obviously, as I said, like, I mean, I don't know if you bothered going through the Cleric roundtable that I did a few days ago, but obviously, other than that, there are like some design flaws with the way Cleric works in PvP right now, obviously. Namely, the Divine Aura attacks too fast for PvP. And there's no counterplay to it, like, you know, because on Iron 1, Noble Energy, which was the equivalent to the Divine Aura, did insane damage as well, right? It was a big nuke, you just put it down and then it nuked the guy while you were like trying to keep yourself alive. It was the same sort of function, but the main counterplay is that it broke in a few hits. So when you fought someone and you put down the enemy just had like to turn around, hit the energy a few times, and it would break, you know? And then you would only get like a couple of damage from the energy. And that was the proper counterplay, you know what I mean? But in this game, there's no counterplay. Because of the way... Because of the fact that Divine Aura is like extremely tanky, and it fires too fast for you to react anyways. So yeah, there's something to be done here for sure. My point is that the class balance for PvP is really shit right now. Yeah. I mean, across the board, right? Now, it is better than it used to be, because it used to be to the point that the game was actually unplayable. Now the game is actually somewhat playable, but it's the TTK, man. At the end of the day. Now, inherent class design is problematic, but everything just points back to the TTK. If people had to like actually bother with CCing people and like socket the CC skills and like actually play around the fire and so on and so forth, maybe they could go back and do actual proper class change to work around a proper like playstyle and game plan. But the fact of the matter is, because you can kill a dude in like a couple of buttons, like there's no counterplay to have. There's no fight to have if the fight is over in like 5 seconds, you know? So we need to wait for them to like actually change the what should we call it? The damage formula in PvP. Yeah, the healer main damage comes from an unkillable summon is kind of stupid. Yeah, I mean, it kind of was like that on Iron 1 as well, but at least you could break the summon basically. Like that was the main difference, which I do think some element of that should be present in this game as well. I don't know how they would do it, because obviously it's hard to balance because everyone cleaves and does AoEs. So if you make the Divine Aura one-shottable, then it would just immediately die every time, because you drop it, someone cleaves you and kills it by accident immediately. So I don't know how they would go. I mean, I guess, okay, what they could do is, you know how the constructs in this game, they have like the bars where you hit them for 1 and then it takes 1 ticks from the bar. Maybe they could give Divine Aura like 6 ticks or something. Just make it a construct that takes 6 hits to break. I think that would work, I guess, in that sense. I'm not even talking about Ion, I'm talking in general. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Just symbol the first 2 seconds and 3 hits after that. I mean, it is an option, but I think, okay, here's my philosophy with those kind of design Sakura, right? I do personally think that doing invul with anything is just a crutch, and it just kind of prevents smart play. Because as a cleric, I should drop my Divine Aura and run away from it, so it doesn't get cleaved, you know what I mean? Whereas if the Divine Aura is just invulnerable, it doesn't matter, right? So just giving it a few more ticks would make it so you have to drop it and then move away, right? Which I think would be better in terms of like modifying the playstyle of the cleric in itself. Like forcing you, if you want to have full effect of your Divine Aura, then you have to move away from it. You have to play your positioning properly, you know? So yeah. Also, like a DPS that reacts fast enough to immediately attack the Divine Aura should get rewarded for it. But yeah, obviously the other problem is that, okay, in Iron 1, so I'm trying to remember exactly, I believe that in Iron 1, the Noble Energy shot once every 5 seconds and it shot 3 times, right? The problem is that in Iron 2, the energy shoots once per every fucking frame and lasts for like 5 seconds total, right? So they do also need to do something about this, because the problem is that obviously you put down the aura and then whoever you're fighting just doesn't have time to react to it. Even if they immediately run away from it, they just get shot in the back and the energy just like drops his fat fucking load on your back and in its entirety before you can even run away, you know? So they need to do something about that. Like the Divine Aura process needs to take longer. Just working yeah. You just keep getting backshot, right? So yeah, that is one design aspect of Divine Aura I'm not the fondest of, because when you drop the Divine Aura, as long as you're like within melee range, which usually you are because there's really no kiting in this game anyways. As long as the guy is at melee range, like you're basically getting full value out of your Divine Aura. Whereas I genuinely think there should be counterplay when it comes to like the fact that it's a turret, because right now you're not getting punished over the fact that it is a turret, right? And also you don't have any incentive to run root as a way to guarantee that your Divine Aura will fire the guy, because that was one thing that you did on Iron 1 as well, right? You had to like play around your Divine Aura and like time your roots around your Divine Aura as well, so yeah. Good day, happy to see you live today. Lozy. Well, I'm glad that you're glad. Obviously it's gonna be the longest stream of all time because there's a bit of a maintenance situation happening, but yeah. On that note, what are your thoughts on the game's movement speed, combat speed moment compared to Iron 1? You mean the fact that you slow down in combat? I fucking hate it. I really dislike the fact that you slow down in combat. And like I've said this in the past, right? It used to be like that at the beginning of Throne and EBD as well, and they just eventually removed it because it feels like shit. And I genuinely hope that they eventually remove it, because one of the problem with it is that it just kills the entire concept. Out of energy, I'll take Ranger. Oh, okay. Let me know, I'll just invite you. One of the problem is that it just kills the entire concept of kiting, and when you remove kiting from the game, you remove an entire playstyle and you remove an entire like option, which is not good. We should really be doing Trance and Cradle first. Like, we need to get that out of the way. I mean, sure. Like, I'm down. Since Raiden's here, we can do that, yeah. Sure. I've burned a bit of energy, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. I have 280, I can do that, I can do that. Can you explain the difference between 1, 2, and 3 boss? You just get more loot the more bosses you do. But people like to run less bosses to just go faster, basically. Like, that's all there is to it. Yeah, let me log on onto my main. I just wonder what the intention was by adding. Was there an issue in it in Iron 1 or something? Not really. Like, okay. So the thing is that kiting in Iron 1 was an incredibly powerful strategy, but also required you to be very fucking good at it. So I think it was a last minute decision on this game, because if you've noticed on the pre-release stuff, the slowdown during combat was not here. And I think they did that mainly because of the Abyss, because I think they saw like rangers zoom around and like shoot while zooming, and they figured they needed to do something about it. I am sincerely hopeful that they will eventually go back and fix whatever like inherent problem they had with the movement speed in combat and just let us move. May I ask something, since you have a lot of experience with MMOs? Yeah, sure, shoot, go ahead. I'm listening. Bruh. 21 trans runs so far, 19 marching and board, just to explain them with 20 run. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay, so Sakurai and Raiden. I'm gonna be honest. I need to run Transcendence, but I also need to run Cradle. Because I need one more Philistone, and I need more gold to prepare my next inheritance. Right? So I have like 4,000 energy. And the reset is about to happen. So I need both. Basically I need both. So I'll just do whatever you guys prefer to do. But you know, just putting that out there that I'm ready to do either. So yeah. We have 4 Cradle tickets and 5 trans. Okay, so I guess we can do a mix of both then. That's fine. But like the movement speed in combat is, it just removes an entire play option, and I think it's kind of, if the intent was to make it easier for people to like, you know, stay in combat and not kite, I think that's not needed at this point, because every melee class has 50 million gap closes, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think having regular movement speed in and out of combat, and also dashing in flight while in combat, should be in the game. I don't know why it's not. Nah, let's begin with Cradle, shall we? Just get it out of the way. I mean, we fucking whatever then. Just 3400 plus. Just take anything. I don't think it matters, to be honest. I think we're gonna run over the fucking dungeon. 6 days ago, I used the coupon code IN 2 days 100. I opened the pet chest. I got no loot of it. Chest display now. You see all my characters on that server? Thanks for the follow, Abby roll. I'm trying to think. So the pet chest thing, I don't think is relevant, because I'm guessing it was just like a pet chest soul, so it just basically went straight into your genus menu. The disconnect. I mean, the disconnect sounds weird. It could be a bug, right? Which obviously you would need to wait for like a support situation to answer you. I guess the other option is maybe maybe try a different VPN, because I know for a fact that some VPN nodes sometimes disconnect you as soon as you log in. That was the case for me on NoPing, so yeah, honestly, I'm not quite sure. But obviously, the main answer to that would be to ask support. But the problem with support is that they will not answer you unless you speak Chinese specifically. So if you try to make a ticket, in English, then make a ticket in Chinese again, because they will not answer to you if you talk in English. That is my best advice to you. And typically they reply within around 3 days. Yeah, Godspeed otherwise. Game is localized in English. Yeah, but the support for some reason will only answer to you if you speak Chinese. Don't ask me why. They say as much themselves, right? So, yeah. Bro. Cool. Is this normal? Is it? Bruh. Did it like untick when I ticked hard after looking for the PF? God, I hate this fucking group finder shit sometimes. Yeah, it's on normal again, brother. God. What a fucking god, dude. Yeah. I mean, dude, earlier I literally joined a Fire Temple group. I was on the Fire Temple page. I joined a 2.5k plus group. I enter, it puts me into fucking crowd cave. Just this group finder sometimes is just kind of cooked. Thanks for the information. Yeah, I mean, sorry, man. I just don't know what to tell you otherwise. If it is a bug, then you kind of need the support to help you out. And if you want to contact the support, then you have to do it in Chinese. There's no other options. Uh, 3 millis, enjoy. I mean, we should be cooking this dungeon anyways, right? So if it is too much of a problem, I'd look for a Chanter or a Templar. Well, yeah, I mean, if the Rift stuff is next week, then that's a bit unfortunate, because that would mean that it's gonna happen alongside the Sanctuary release and all of the other stuff. So I don't know how much we're gonna be able to enjoy and test out the rifting stuff, but yeah. At least I'm happy that they are trying to give more incentive to whatchamacallit, to rifting itself, because it desperately needed it, right? Hello, Sullivan. I mean, I do hope they will do other stuff other than try to put like AP incentive into rifting, but it is something. Although I have a feeling that on the Taiwanese side of things, they're not so much, like, people are not so much gonna look at it as an incentive to rift, but more so as a potential thing to exploit. So that is the problem. Is that Sakura with the big DPS? Probably, yeah. The answer is probably more likely than you think. I guess I'll just go leave and open the thing. Also, I don't have the correct spec, but, you know, it is what it is. Just put this. Already need salvation on this. Go restroom? Yeah, sure. I'll just open the shit up. You can just chill, sit back. Because they made Cradle harder, but... you mean hard mode? I mean hard mode, you kind of need like 3.3k and above. And obviously you do need the, I mean, especially on the low eye levels, you kind of need the damage tolerance from either Chanter or Templar. Like, we don't have either right now, so we're gonna eat a moderate amount of shit. But I don't think the instance itself was changed at all. I don't think so. Normal mode? I haven't checked normal mode in a bit. I mean, it was alright when I did it. How's the ping? You're playing on the Taiwanese server? Yes, I am on the Taiwanese server. I have between 180 and 200 ping. Obviously, it's not like the smoothest experience, but it's been very playable. More so than what I would expect. Do you think the weekly reset will solve this bug? Genuinely, I have no idea. I've never encountered like this specific problem, so... I mean, I hope it will, but I would expect... I mean, if it is something like a database problem, then someone would have to manually go and fix it, basically. So I think you might be out of luck until the GM answers your plea. Where the fuck did those horns come from? I've been looking everywhere. The ones I have, they come from Cradle, actually. It's a skin reward that you can get from the Cradle chest. It is a blue skin, so you won't necessarily notice it if you get it, because it's gonna be lost like within the ocean of blues that you get. But when you get it, it is automatically added to your closet. So yeah, check out your closet. Maybe you already have it. That is possible. Oh, damn. Oh, we... that was a second one, XD. A hammer can hide another one. Also, let's just cross this. Oh my god. Well, that's interesting. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I mean, without the damage tolerance, it's a bit rough if you're not paying attention, but... I'm pretty sure the last boss is just gonna fall over and die, anyways. Bruh. I'll just wait for him to come. Yeah, it's like it's similar to like the Urugugu headpiece if you've already gotten it. I think it's a similar percentage as well. I think I've gotten those horns like 3 times or something after all of the runs I've done. So you're gonna have to run Cradle a little bit to get them for sure. I guess I'm the one doing the run. Yeah. At least they fixed the bug where you're just left in combat forever after this boss. So how many runs did you say you could do of Cradle? 4? Is that right? Like 4 Cradles and then 5 Transcendence? I do need to check how many more cubes I can open this week. By the way. Oh my god, I barely did anything this week, huh? Yeah, okay. So I need to run 50 more dungeons, chat. How about that? Well, technically 25, I suppose. Man, I just straight up did not play this week. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip doing raids and everything. I'm just gonna like burn fucking energy, dude. That's what's happening right now. Like especially on my main, dude. I need to get all of this energy out because I need the gear, I need the power, like to prep the sanctuary. Like it's right around the corner, you know. Is the ping here as important as it is on N1? Considering that the game with a high ping. It is definitely important, right? Like when looking at PvE, with the ping I have, you would probably be losing around like 40-50% of your DPS, which, you know, it sucks, but the DPS checks are still like doable. In PvP, it kind of sucks mainly because you have to do a lot of like predicting when it comes to perfect dodging CCs and stuff like that. You have to do a lot of vibe dodging to perform well in PvP, and obviously you will have a lot less DPS than your Taiwanese brethren. So I would say it does matter. It doesn't feel as bad. Oh, I'm definitely gonna miss it because of the slow movement speed. It doesn't feel as bad as on Iron 1 though. Like this feels very playable, but realistically you do lose a lot of DPS and stuff like that. I'm surprised I made that, honestly. Yeah, obviously we are still full on coping because we haven't experienced the game at low ping, so we don't know any better. I'm sure that when we get to play the game, when it comes to global, then we're never gonna be able to go back. But for the time being, it's okay. So yeah, I guess as much. Oh my god, oh, that was a bad fucking tornado placement. You know what? I'm not wasting a stone on this. Based on how much the game felt, I had no clue how much DPS I was actually losing. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're just like blissfully unaware right now, basically. That's kind of the state of things. All it took was one video of a Chinese glad. Bro look like he's hacking compared to me. Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, even when I'm looking at other clerics, right? And like that's the thing that we have to keep in mind when we talk about balance in this game. Like, we are not playing the game in a normal way. Like, at the end of the day, most of us are playing with a lot less gear, and we are definitely playing with like abnormal ping. So it's a bit difficult to have a conversation about class balance when we play with this, right? I wish I stayed unaware to the red pill and don't know the damage meter. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's part of the reason why I'm not really using a damage meter. On top of the fact that as a healer, like, I don't have to give a shit about that too much. Like, it's basically just gonna be a depression machine. No official proof for our ping that hasn't. I mean, it does though. I'm saying we can't quantify it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, to that extent, yeah. Like, I do believe it pretty heavily depends on the class you're playing. And also, I think there's more to it than just ping, like just the number that you see, but it does absolutely make a very stark difference, for sure. Oh, and sometimes more than just ping? Yeah. Visually, especially with spammy class like Assassin, my hardcore waves look so slow. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with me, right? And especially with this game, like the way this game functions, it really feels like your attack speed directly correlates with your ping to some extent. Like there's some sort of like formula happening here where it's not just the delay between your attacks, it's also the speed of your attacks themselves, right? Like there's something fishy going on. So I think it's a bit of a double whammy when it comes to like how hard we're getting fucked, right? But yeah, it is what it is, you know. At the end of the day, we knew exactly what we were signing up for when playing on the Taiwanese server, so we only have ourselves to blame. But yeah, at least the game feels playable, you know. Like, bro, I could not imagine having to wait, like, 9 months before I get to touch the game, you know what I mean? Like, nah. Like, I'll take the fucking shitty ping, man. I'm gonna be honest. I'll take the shitty ping if it means being able to, like, enjoy this game right now. Especially because, like, the way the game is right now, it's gonna be lost media by the time we experience it in global. And I think experiencing the game in its worst state is gonna make us appreciate it when it comes up to global eventually. Like, anytime someone bitches about something on global, we're gonna be like, well, you know, back in my days, it was even more tragic. I guess gonna near perfect, so ping, yeah. I mean, you can kind of tell stuff, you know, like it's even me as a cleric having fought like 10-20 ping clerics in arena, bro. The shit they do is like I could not even imagine like doing what they do. They literally get 3 or 4 times the amount of attacks I get within the same time span. You know what I mean? And I'm full stacking illusion and attack speed. Like, you can just tell. You can just tell. Like, it looks like these guys are fucking hacking compared to you. Like, when you see a cleric using left click, right click, condemnation in less than half a second and just like keep spamming it, like, yeah, it makes a bit of a difference, you know. But they're not, yeah, no. They just have good ping. Lo and behold, right? Who would have known? Having 200 ping is not the best on a KMMO with no GCD. Bruh. I'm probably cooked. And this little guy over here is kind of frying me. I'm gonna be honest. I'll get you up in just a second. As opposed to when I watch Rowan streamers, yeah. I mean, obviously you can't get like a full-on feel for it, but as long as you play the game, you have an understanding for the way you can do things and the way these people are doing things. You know what I mean? And like, obviously, duh, like a 200 ping difference will do stuff, you know. It's just that we are kind of blinded by the fact that this game is perfectly playable even at 200 ping. And even on the more intricate stuff, you know, even on like dodging. Obviously, especially in PvE, we can get used to it. We just get used to the delay and then just like press dodge depending on like the delay we got used to. But in PvP, doing react dodging to specific attack is like functionally impossible for us. It's all vibe dodging. It's just like body language dodging, you know. Right, it makes it bigger on mine. Okay. I see what you're saying. I do think you are grossly underestimating how big of an impact it actually has. Like, genuinely. Like, of course, some people are using it as like a coping mechanism and like as a crutch. Like, especially when you had people say that the game was actually unplayable in PvE with the ping. Like, that's just completely factually untrue. But when it comes to like speed of actions, DPS, so on and so forth, it does make an incredible difference. Like, I'm not kidding when I'm telling you that it's probably within 40 to 50% DPS difference. At the bare minimum, when talking about PvE. Wait, how the fuck did you die already? I wasn't looking. And I mean, it's probably quantifiable, right? Like, if someone with good ping, like use the gaming VPN to reroute his connection to get like, you know, somewhat similar ping to what we have, it would be pretty easily quantifiable. Like, I don't know if Sakura could do that, but I'm pretty sure that the result would be within the expectation, right? It's probably gonna be within 40-50% DPS just gone. Between the mix of like the amount of actions you're dropping and just the speed in itself. I can just tell by Kaisnel. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I can't because I haven't done it yet, so. You gotta tap into it, yeah. I mean, I wish I could do some of the shit those people are doing. But we're gonna have to wait until global. Unless someone wants to fucking buy me an apartment in Taipei. And fly me there. You know? That's an option. Probably could, yeah. I mean, it would be interesting to look at, for sure. But I'm pretty sure, like, even in the current state of things... Oh, no. Alright, don't press the funny button, guys. Let me have this one. Ooh, plentiful harvest. Ooh, winner POV. That's a big dub right there. Holy moly. You'll have to see that. But yeah, streamer client confirmed, yeah. But yeah, like, even if I was to do Kaizenal right now, and I probably have the gear to do it, by essence of my class and my ping, I don't think I'm gonna be able to clear that shit. Not that it matters too much, because I honestly don't really care about the Kaizenal statue too much, but yeah, I don't think it's happening for a little while. I'm gonna need to overgear that shit by quite a large amount to get there. Hey, World Chat is being racist again. See, chat, this is why I have a chat cover. So that was number 2, right? So 2 more of these. I'll find out who made this game have body blocking. I don't know, man. There's some guy over at NCSoft headquarters that has had a fucking boner for body blocking ever since they started using Unreal Engine. Uh-oh. We are crossing streams. There we go. Fixed. Dude, okay, actually, I just thought of something. If they're gonna... Okay, if they're gonna change the timing at which your dodge roll comes out, we're gonna have to get used to a new dodge timing then, with our shitty ping. Dude, that's gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad for a while. I'm not gonna lie. Also, if that's coming alongside the fucking Sanctuary, Sanctuary release, that means we're gonna have to get used to a new timing with the new release of the raid. That's such a bad time for that. Let me go open the thing now. Just have to get used to it. Yeah, but doing that at the same time as they release the 8-man raid, that's yeah, like we've been getting used to this misery for 3 months, you know. Also, I saw a video of a Korean guy landing like on the side of this mountain and then climbing over the jumping puzzle. Iron 1 is the Iron 1 DNA is alive and well. We can still do mountain goading stuff. Yeah, and I mean also, how do you guys' gear compare by now? Like, are you about the same? Like, did you get like full crafted, Sakura? I guess you are 3.6 now. You've grown so much. I knew you as a wee lad with 3.2k, and look at you now. Soon you're gonna have more combat power than me, XD. I mean, okay. I see what you're saying, Sakura. That doesn't mean much, though. Like, those Taiwanese players have fucking hands made out of wood. Also, this guy uses a level 70 weapon. That nerfs the attack by quite a decent amount. I'm pretty sure Raiden has Ebony. So yeah, that alone would make quite a difference. You want to come into a chat causing waves? How's it going so far? No, it's fine. Look, man, at the end of the day, the entire point of the Twitch chat is to have a conversation, so if you've got something to say, as long as you're not a massive dickhead about it, like, be my guest, you know? But other than that, you know, it's going, you know? It's going. Just taking life one day at a time right now. That's already good enough. It's sunny outside. That's nice. God, I almost fell. XD. But yeah. Got a bunch of stuff to catch up on since I haven't been able to basically play all week. So I've fallen behind a lot on my dungeon chores and so on and so forth. Want to visit France at some point? I mean, it is a pretty country, for sure. What the... well, do that again. So stuff probably as optimized mine, my overhead is hard. Yeah, I mean, again, just the simple fact that his greatsword is level 70, that alone is going to make quite a large difference. Like the difference between Star Dragon and Ebony is like very large in terms of the amount of damage you do. Is that's weapon damage range. Like there's so many modifiers working off of that. You know? And this guy is like base level 70. He's missing a bracelet. He's missing a bunch of accessories. He's missing 3 PV accessories. His stats rolls are terrible. Like, you know. Yeah. Like, Raiden definitely has better game than this. Also, can you hurry the fuck up? Like, I'm so like the fact that this guy is doing more damage than Raiden is already quite tragic in itself. The countries within the countries. Yeah, I mean, you know, as like a tourist, like the locations are really nice, pretty. It is a pretty country, you know. Like having traversed through a whole bunch of different countries for a multitude of reasons, I will say, like, God, bro, never do that again. Whoever you are, if you do that again, you're banned. But yeah, like, there's a lot of like nice locations to visit as a tourist, for sure. You know, if you forget about the systematical problems, which, bro, okay, dude, who's this? It's fucking Sakura, brother. You're getting timed out after this. That's it. That's it. I'm calling the cops. You're going to jail. You're getting your PP whacked after this. As an American, I want to express my embarrassment at my country's actions as of late. Look, it is what it is, you know. As a citizen, sometimes you're just a bit of a spectator. With that being said, I do want to keep politics out of the chat, so let's not get too much into the details, into the nitty-gritty. But yeah, I feel you. We've got a bit of a dumb fuck syndrome as well, you know. It is what it is, yeah. So we can only do so much about that. You can't help it? Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, I got the biggin. Stonks. One more, right? One more, and then we kill the funny man with the hammer. Which, you know, by the way, fun fact, I noticed something when editing the got a dash to save their ass. Look, Sakura. Look, there's one authority that you have to keep alive here, and that's me. Fuck these guys. Alright? But fun fact, as I was doing the thumbnail actually for the guide video I just released, they changed the design of the final boss of Sunken Life Temple. And the funny thing is, you know, like when the boss has a voice line, like the dialogue box that pops. He still has his old design in the dialogue box compared to the new one. Oh yeah, here's some useless trivia here. Because he used to look like like some sort of like mechanical bird, And now he's like a mechanical soldier. Pub de 2 minutes. Eh, c'est Twitch, hein, c'est pas moi. Wallah, c'est pas moi. Ah, faut sub, hein. Voilà, hein, c'est la solution. Ou prendre turbo. Ça marche aussi. L'option est là. Is that shit even Chinese? I mean, I would assume it is, right? I mean, it could be Japanese, I guess. I think Japanese is allowed within the language hex, right? But again, a lot of Japanese is Chinese, so there's that. Holy moly, dude. I know you can life leash, but you know, dodge a little. Yeah, I'm always green, dude. I don't know why, I'm always the same color. It's not Japanese? Well, there you go. I'm missing this one, but I'll get the last one. Holy moly. Alright. See you guys. So this upcoming patch though is gonna be the one where we're gonna be able to see weapons out of combat though. I wanna okay. Now it's time to take a bit of a bet, chat, because what do you think? Do you think the way they're gonna do weapons out of combat is they're gonna do it like Iron 1, where you know you just have the weapon properly sheathed and stuff? Or do you think they're just gonna make it so every time you idle it just pulls out the weapon permanently? What do you think they're gonna do? Because it did take them a decent amount of time to actually like come forward with the option, so. Not Taiwanese, Chinese? Oh. You want 20 passives, 100% less satisfied than me? Yeah. I mean, in general, this glad is nowhere near your level of like gear and stuff. That much is immediately obvious. They won't do rusted bound, strongholds, or sealed, correct? I mean, there's no telling that they won't do that in the future, right? But at least so far, the last time they talked about it, they said that they were considering it at some point, but they kind of dropped the idea. So that's kind of where we're standing right now. It's not really being considered anymore. But hey, who knows what the future is made of, right? But I guess if the question is, should you do your sealed dungeons on your ults right now? I would say go for it. It's just a matter of like an afternoon anyways, right? So just do it. I attack on almost every piece of gear? Yeah. I mean, I think if you had like low ping, you would have similar DPS to Sakura, basically. Because Gladiator is pretty juiced right now. Like, if you do have the overhead juice, like DPS is actually pretty good. Like, I've seen some insanity, especially from Glads that stack smites. Like, if you're like a 60% smite Glad, your DPS is beyond this fucking world. Right. Like an iron one. Yeah, you mean with the weapon stuff? Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I guess the only problem I would have if it's like Iron 1 where your shit is properly sheathed is that you don't have a weapon to pull out your weapon in this game. Like, you don't have a keybind, sorry, to pull out your weapon. So it would be a bit weird, but, you know. Well, hopefully I get a Philistone this one, because I'm gonna need to preemptively save up 2 Philos for when I get my Centurion Guard next week. Because that is gonna be my next and final upgrade of Season 2, the Centurion Guard. Oh yeah. So with Season 2 getting pushed back 2 weeks, by the way, I guess we have basically a full month until Season 3 then? Is the math mathing? I think that's what it is, right? I'm still getting ticked. XD. Get 2 at least with how many runs you have left. Yeah, but Sakurai is running out of runs after this one, so I'm gonna have to wait until next week to go again. Oh my god, I forgot to go out. Yep. I forgot. But yeah, like, with the amount of dungeons I can do, yeah, sure. Although, I mean, the main problem right now is you're just, like, basically permanently split between Transcendence and regular dungeons now. Because you're basically never going to be done with the Marcheton board. Like, the amount of nodes you need from the Marcheton board is, like, out of this fucking world. Also, those tornado spawns were really fucking bad. That almost killed everyone. Yeah. Dancing stones? Yeah, I mean, dude. It's a never-ending grind. It's not just the sing stones as well, right? Because you need the golds for the inheritance stuff, and you need a bunch of them. Like, especially my next inheritance is gonna be 20%, right? God fucking knows how many stones I'm gonna need for that, especially because it's a weapon. It's a god, but you know, it technically counts as a weapon. I'm gonna need a plethora of fucking golds to upgrade that, or like to transfer it. So yeah. And then on top of that, there's the I don't know if you guys saw, right? There's the dungeon gear enhancing system now, where you're gonna be able to bring your dungeon gear up to like halfway of the strength of crafted gear, right? So you actually kind of want to do that for your armor at least, right? So yeah, that's a lot of reasons to do dungeons now. 44 goals per attempt. Yep, exactly. But the bare minimum is gonna take me 20. Like on average, it's gonna take me 20, right? But we all know it's gonna take me more than that, dude. I failed my legs transfer. I failed it 8 times, and I was with 60% success rate. I'm about to do it with 20. I'm fucked. Like, there's no way. I'm fully cooked and fried and battered. Taking aggro away from me, no, 200k, yeah. Alright, now moving on to Duncan. Alright, let's actually take a proper tank for this, if possible. Yeah, let's go for a tank. I mean, it's kind of the same for Assassin. Like, Assassin with hyping feels like absolute garbage. As far as I could see, it's not a good time. It definitely isn't. I'll have 100. 100 feels very different than 200. Like, genuinely, if you want to properly experience the the game the way we are playing it, actually just route through Europe or something. More buttons that do damage, yeah, but you're kind of like very limited. 110 from West Coast. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're struggling less as a NA compared to EU, right? Because of proximity, but it's still pretty bad. Can we wait 5 minutes or do something real quick? Yeah, we can. We just put it on private. Just let me know when you're good. Also, let me change that. I actually want Invuln for this. Although I don't want the res though. I'll take the van. Yeah, I mean, I guess the stat, like the soul bind difference isn't that big, but I guess I'll just take the eye level, right? Yeah, but either way, this is gonna be an upgrade for next season. Like, my next upgrade will be the Centurion. Centurion God, yeah. And then this way next season, I pretty much solely focus on Tribunus upgrades. Which, yeah, I'll get there within the... I guess within 2.5 months. I mean, I guess I'm not upgrading anything else with Tribunus this week, so... Yeah. Can I see buff stigma level 20? You mean this one? %30 damage boost? Nah, it's 20. It's 10% baseline and then 10% extra at level 15. It basically matches the Chanta like mantra. Going to Germany, 175. Yeah, that's around what I have. Like, from France, I'm hovering between 180 and 200. Like, I have 175 right now, actually. Stack with Earth Grace? Yes, it does. It's separate. It just doesn't stack with whatchamacallit, Undefeated Mantra. I think it's 30%. No, it's 20. Like the tooltip upgrades to 20%. It says 10% baseline. Like it updates when you get the level 15. It's 10% baseline and then you get an additional 10% at 15. I'm pretty sure I can even like show you, right, on this. If you lower it to low level, does not. Yeah, no, it doesn't because I have all the perks already. It just upgrades the orange numbers. But you can trust me. You can trust me. It's 10 and 10. But yeah, like, Cleric is a strong buffer right now because of Earth Grace, Light of Protection, and then the damage torrent stuff from Chain and Debilitating. It really does. And then obviously you get the extra % attack from Light of Regen, but that's not as relevant as the rest. Cleric is crazy right now. And again, I will die on that hill. I disagree with the damage boost on Light of Protection. I think that was a terrible idea. Terrible addition. Cleric did not need that. If they wanted to like make Cleric more viable in groups, they needed to like increase Cleric's baseline like personal DPS. Not do this. Maybe turn the 3% attack into like a 5% damage boost on Light of Regen or something, but nothing beyond that. Like this is terrible. Back. All right, let me put us at back. Yeah, I'll look for a tank for a little bit. If you can't find one, I'll just look for a Chanta. But yeah, a strong template would be nice. Taiwan server? Yep. Exclamation mark server. That template's got head attack bonuses instead of back attack. Yeah, I mean... I don't know how you would begin to implement that, right? Because in a scenario where someone else is tanking, then all of a sudden you would be chasing head as well, and then both of you would be getting cleaved, so... They would need to like make it a toggle, I guess. I mean, I guess they could just make it a spec on some skills, maybe, perhaps. That's just an inherent thing with the game, right? I think you just kind of have to take the L. I mean, I guess one way to like one way to quote-unquote fix the problem would be to perhaps make it so like if you're focused by the boss, then it gives you like an attack buff. You know what I mean? Like if you're the focus target of the boss, then you just get an inherent like buff. Because that is possible, right? That is possible. And have it only be active in PvE. Now with that said, right, even when you guys don't get back attack, you do like reasonable DPS, so I don't think it's that needed, but just from the sentiment that just to discourage people from chasing the back when they're tanking, then I guess that would be an option. Chase us with aggro. No DPS from back. Yeah, but you do have to understand that both are tied, you know? Both exist for the same reason. So I guess if they just give you a passive buff to your damage when the boss has aggro on you, that would probably help, I suppose. But then again, people will still chase the back with the buff. But I don't even know how you would begin to fix that. Can I see your passive buffs? Yeah, sure. I mean, the main one is just Earth Grace, right? It's level 22. Then Healing Enhancement, 21. That's my PvE, right? Immortal Veil, 19. 21, Benediction. Head attack for tanks? Yeah, but how do you... Okay. The proper question is, how do you make the frontal attack trigger? Does it only work if you have aggro? Like if you have aggro, then you get bonus damage from frontal attack instead of back attacks, but only if you have aggro. Because as I said, otherwise, just make it like back attacks. So like have the bonus from both ends from tanks, but then it would have to be only PvE. Because like, okay, the two possible problems you cause with that is, number one, you're gonna have gladiators and Templars fight for the front, and then that's gonna be mega cringe. Or number two, okay, what guy do you have? Or number two, you're gonna have a problem with PvP. Okay, well, this guy has a Ludra sword and PvP. I mean, that's fine, yeah. Fine. Only PvE and tanks don't get back attack bonuses. I think you still need to have back attack bonuses, because if you stack tanking classes, then you're just gonna end it in a scenario where they're just fighting for aggro and fighting for the front. And that would be equally as shit. Like, let's say in a scenario like we have right now, right? We have a Templar, and then you play Glad. Both of you guys would be fighting for the front. That would be pretty fucking bad. So yeah, they would need to make it PvE only, and basically you disable back attacks and replace them with front attack if you have aggro. Like that would be the only way to make this proper, right? Are we not doing... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the best way to do this is to just avoid this room entirely. Like I did a few pug runs, and avoiding this room entirely is just better. I mean, we can't avoid everything though. Like we still have to clear some mobs, because otherwise we're gonna run out at the end of it. But I guess, do these follow here? I mean, barely. There's barely any mobs here. Yeah, that's bad. Just doing the mobs at the entrance and then skipping this room entirely, and then doing all of the mobs that are not in rooms with the jumpable rings genuinely is the best way to do this. Lucky for me that the Abyss portal opens 30 minutes before work. Well, it is what it is. I mean, I guess if it's any consolation, when the game comes out for us in the West, the timings are going to be different, right? I guess that counts for something. Could both stand in front and tantalize and get away with it. Brother, you cannot look at me in the eye and tell me that you would not be bitching about both of you guys getting body blocking each other at the front of the boss 24/7 and constantly cleaving each other with body blocking. Because I already know you would be bitching about this. So they would need to do something like that, where it only gets reversed if you're currently tanking, basically. Because otherwise it's gonna be omega cringe with body blocking and everything, right? Aggro. This target loss on this boss sucks ass, dude. I hope they fix that. I don't have the res, but I guess we can just open the Kibalisk after this. Like, the boss is basically dead, right? So I can just wait. Well, I guess you can just burn a stone. That also works. I can socket the res if you guys want. I'm just socketing a bit more DPS just to make these a bit less painful. Just let me know. But like, see, you kill this pack right here. It's all meteorite, so it's very easy to pull. Whatever will always be a problem if the tank isn't constantly moving, chasing us, then it's much less problem. Yeah, I still think like just having the both get reverted if you have aggro is just the better of both worlds. Like, I just don't see any downside to that being the case personally. As a cleric, you're working redstone. I mean, not really, because like the cooldown and the casting time makes it, you know, unless it's sanctuary and people are expecting it, like because of the amount of time it takes you to res and then the cooldown, people just typically click the fucking redstone by the time you actually get the res off. You know what I mean? And also clear the mobs here. Yeah, there you go. And then hopefully that's gonna be enough. I mean, we did skip a bunch at the beginning, but I've had Cleric do 70k DPS. Yeah, I mean, I would be doing that if it wasn't for ping, right? Because I'm doing like what right now, like 40-50k. So yeah, I would be pretty close to that. I would be at least doing like around 60k with human ping. But it is what it is. Yeah, we don't need to clear these. I mean, I guess we do because of the fact we skipped at the beginning. Yeah, 45, so we're missing just a couple. Just a couple. Like, stack these and that's gonna be enough. I mean, it is true though, like a lot of clerics are just like spamming heals and not really doing much. I don't know how many pugs you've done with other classes. Yeah, we're good. We don't need more, by the way. But it is kind of tragic how much the average cleric just doesn't press DPS buttons and doesn't gear at all towards DPS. Like you deadass have clerics that do 10k in the Life Temple, right? And like those people are like 10 ping gamers, you know. A lot of clerics also do not Jesus Christ. Also do not like evolve their PvE gear at all, right? Like they don't focus on accessories, they don't get guards, they don't do their due diligence basically. Hit by stones, obviously behind. Well. Let's not be greedy on that. We've been there before. Yeah, you mean the like the Starline AoE when you get hit by shit, right? Yeah. Probably dead, aren't I? No, I'm fine. That first hit was pretty bad, but it's fine. We Gucci. Alright. But yeah, like the average like pug cleric doesn't Number 1 doesn't spec properly, number 2 doesn't care enough about his gear, and number 3 barely presses like DPS buttons. That's the problem, right? Which I said on Taiwan server, should have quit if I had people to play with. I mean, at the end of the day, it's never too late, right? Like, brother, we have 6 months until global, so if you want to play, just play, you know? Like, there's no, like, FOMO, there's no, like, hidden like, statistic that you must reach at all point, you know? Anyway, I'm going through the effort again. Did you sell your account or something? Like, is that what's going on? I don't know, my account is correct. Ah, okay, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess... I mean, I suppose one thing you could do is just like, oh my god, dude. Okay, well, this puddle placement... Okay, that's a fucking melee that dropped that. I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay, well, great. Now we're all dead. Alright, whatever melee is getting this, please just fucking put it out. Like, there's a big tail that tells you it's about to happen. And hello, Anchovy. And, I mean, I guess one thing you could do is just, like, buy a Taiwanese account and then sell it back when it comes to global, I guess, if you really want to do that, but... I mean, you could also just, like, play casually on Taiwan, yeah? Like, that's fine. Where's the Templar? SMH my head. Alright, look, guys. Alright. Star and Raiden. Just stop the feud. It doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. Nice jump. Like, it's not that deep, brother. Like, it's fine. It's an opinion on a video game. You guys don't need to feud over it. That's a weird fucking spin. I've never seen the boss spin without doing the puddle AoE. I guess he does that if, like, the tank is too far away or something? I don't know. Always weird. Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, well, if you're telling me the Templar is the one doing this, brother is not gonna make it to day 2, if you know what I mean. Because these puddle positions are not good. Alright. Yeah, I got hit. XD. Moving at the speed of slow. Hopefully that's fine. I think we're chilling on the souls. Yeah, I think we're fine. Be good. Yeah, I mean, at least the DPS is decent, but yeah, those puddles are gonna be scary when on the 25% tornado, because like these two are really close to each other. Oh, hopefully the boss doesn't decide to fuck us over. Ah, that's fine. That's actually quite well positioned. At least for now. Body blocking, dude. Alright, we're good. Oh, this guy is potting the dot. No trust. Yo, and Chovy with the big resub. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for the 1 month of entertainment. Looking forward to the future of the game and more importantly, the channel. Same. You and me both, brother. But yeah, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. I'll do my best to keep things as smooth sailing and as normal as possible. But yeah, on this one, let's kill the mobs on the first room. And then just skip everyone that have that has the cringe ring mechanism. I'll do that again. Go to bathroom. Go to bathroom. I only plays Gladiator. Can we play how class works and how it works in this game? I mean, basically, like, Cleric just has a DPS rotation just like any other class. It's very, like, dot dependent and stuff like that. And the healing... 99% of the healing is pretty much just done through AoE. And the rest of them are just, like, single target heals that automatically target the lowest health target in the group. That's the TLDR of this, basically. Cleric is just here, you're healing debuff, and Sanctuary is probably continued, it's a different story. I mean, Cleric is just a convenient class. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like any easier than any other class, right? Because at the end of the day, your DPS rotation as a Cleric is not any less or more involved than... Oh my god, I should probably take the stream. Yo, someone free me? You missed me? Oh, it's fine. I didn't die at least. But yeah, like, your DPS rotation isn't like any less or more involved than a DPS class. Actually, funny enough, when it comes to PvE, Cleric probably has a bit more of a involved rotation than some DPS classes. But then on top of that, you have the management of healing and so on and so forth. So it's actually quite... Like, healer in this game is actually quite fun, right? And engaging. Well, that didn't count as perfect dodge, but I also didn't take damage, so you know what? Whatever. But yeah, I mean, a decent Cleric is not just healing. Like, that's the bottom line. I think that's kind of the bottom line of the discussion that was happening, right? If you actually want to, like, carry your way, you're basically gonna DPS just as much as a DPS class on top of healing. Hard to find guides and rotations for Glad. Max 2 skills that does all the damage. Yeah. I mean, Gladiator right now, right? The current state of Gladiator basically is you build around only having to press 2 buttons. Like that's kind of what the class is right now, both in PvP and PvE. Now obviously there's like a bit more to it, but the bulk of your DPS comes from holding down a button, basically. Yeah. And Cleric in itself is very self-explanatory, right? It's just you basically maintain full uptime on your dots because your dots also buff the damage of the rest of your group, so that's always high priority. You always upkeep Light of Regen because regen obviously is a HUD, but more importantly it is a damage tolerance buff and a DPS buff for the entirety of the group. So these two are always important. And then on the DPS side of things, you always prioritize Divine Aura. When it's up, you use Bolt when you don't have Condemnation procs, and then the rest of the time it's just like right click and Condemnation Weaving. If you use Earth Punishment, you use Earth Punishment right after your 2 other dots to set up for Condemnation spamming. And yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it, right? Come for low stock, I made pretty lot of high APM classes, so I was like only 2 skills GG, yeah. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, classes go through a bunch of changes 24/7, right? So right now that's how things are. Things might change again. But yeah, some classes, especially on the DPS side of things, definitely do be holding a button right now. For real. Found a 90k Cleric in Cradle today. He wasn't healing me at all. I mean, look, it's you gotta trade some for some, but the funny thing is 90k isn't even that high. Like in the grand scheme of like only DPSing, you know what I mean? Like you might as well grab like an assassin that's gonna do twice that. I'm all surprised I'm having so much fun pressing 2 buttons. I mean, this game does hit the dopamine for sure, but I do hope that they go back and change a few things around to make those classes more engaging in the future. Because I don't think it's healthy to have 1-button classes, you know. 4.2k Horn Cleric. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's a bit of a given, right? Rip. He's doing his best, yeah. But I mean, if you're gonna be doing this kind of DPS, then yeah, you're probably a juicer with low ping. But you would probably be doing more DPS if you actually healed your group. That's the bottom line, right? That's enough. Yeah, these voice lines are weird, man. They don't always trigger on the same one. I just put on my guy that he said either or. Oh my fucking god, dude. I put on my guy that he said either or for the diamond mechanic, right? But realistically, the diamond one is the spirit line. Okay, well, you guys rezzed at the beginning. Now the question is, did we open the Kibalisk close to here, or are you just gonna wait for us to open up here? Oh my fucking god, dude. Alright. Are we just getting cooked by the mobs? Is that what's going on? Bruh. Yeah, I mean, I guess we didn't have the torrents well from the temple running, so that doesn't help. Well, I mean, I can't really heal during this mechanic. Outside of spamming Q and using Absolution, I can't really heal during the Tide mechanic. Like, I can precast a Radiant, which I guess I should have, but, you know. You guys are straight up not having a good time. I can see that. I can recognize that. Oh my god, we are seeing the wall mechanic again. We are seeing DLC mechanics, dude. Great things are happening. Just ping. Yeah, I mean that's why typically with ping I just find this mechanic to be the easiest when you're like 10 meters away or more. And then you just jump sideways, right? Because otherwise it gets a bit iffy. Especially with the puddles, right, that you have to place on top of it. It gets a bit too clustered. I was aware? Yeah, I mean, I saw you, like, jump away, but yeah. You just kinda got hit twice and then passed away. Had trouble running through corner whipping. I mean, that's the Iron Charm, though. That's taken straight out of Iron 1. Bro, in Iron 1, you cannot graze a chair. Even at 20 ping, you will roll back. It's just part of the game, you know? Any juicy stuff from that thing? So I've already gone for a few times. Oh my fucking dude. The template is just gonna set up traps for me. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna replace this guy. That's it. I've had enough. You mean the dev livestream, right? I mean, we had a couple of like interesting information. Nothing too major, because they have said that the actual like main patch is gonna be mid-March. But in terms of the interesting stuff, I guess the biggest one for me is the fact that. Oh my god. Nah, I'm not doing this. Is the fact that Rifting AP is going to be uncapped again. Why the fuck did it place my ghost here? Sure. But yeah, like Rifting AP is going to be uncapped again after the patch on the 11th. Now, they did say that the amount of AP you would gain after you reach the AP cap for the week would be greatly reduced, but you would be able to still gain AP. So we're going to have to see exactly how much they mean by that. But either way, that is uncapped AP from Rifting, which is quite huge. That's gonna give me an avenue to like keep farming Stigma Shards and the like, so yeah, we'll see. But we'll see how that goes. Two class balance changes. Elementaly's got its dig sucked once again, as it does, you know. That's kind of par for the course at this point, I think. What else? I'm trying to remember. I mean, on the minus side of things, we are getting weapons visible at all time after this week's patch. You know the stuff that people have been asking from day one. So we're gonna have to see how they handle that. That's more of a, like, you know, aesthetic thing, but if they handle it well, it could be a nice change. And then otherwise, I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anything like Omega Major or anything. Holy shit. Oh my god, bruh. That's so bad. Yeah, and this is why you need to not place puddles in the middle, man. That's the exact reason why. Yeah. Oh no, open to. I'm gonna get a new guy, I think. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I think I'm just gonna get a new guy. These puddles are not gonna be not in middle. I mean, the boss does a tail before he does the puddle. You know that, right? Like you have plenty of time to disconnect from the boss when he does the tail. Like he throws his fucking hammer in the sky way before the puddle appears. I'll tell you now, one wave from the second boss can kill me. No tolerance buff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at least you have a crutch, you know? Always double slam into axe throw. I mean, it depends. Sometimes it's a bit weird because of the when you phase the boss depending on HP percentage. But either way, he has a tail where he throws his hammer in the air before, like, before the AoE appears, basically. Alright, let me just grab you. Attack 20 seconds just to get the puddle right. I mean, it's just a bit dangerous during the moving tornado mechanic, because like if you don't place the puddle properly, you run the risk of the boss just like stepping on the puddle and then you're left with no space, right? Like that's the main problem. Let's try Chanta. Yeah. I mean, Templar is good though. You know what? I'm gonna leave it open to all. And if a DPS joins, I'm just gonna kick him. Cube, yeah. I don't have any keys. I have plenty of keys on my ults though. I wish I could use my my ults keys. Oh, dude. Okay, well, these guys are fucking stupid. Never mind. Just gonna do this. Bandit hold dragon old breastplate. Well, that's a choice. Going to stack the puddle on top of yours. You don't want to stack the puddles, because if you stack the puddle next to each other and the boss decides to run in that direction, then you actually have no space. Like, basically the way you handle this is you need to place the puddles in between the jump pads on the outside of the arena. Like, that's the absolute safest. What do you mean there's a cube on screen, guys? Where? Where is it? I can't see it. I mean, if you mean stacking perfectly on top of each other, that's not gonna happen. Holy shit. I don't show that to Sakura. Because, like, I'm actively running towards the outside of the edge, right? When the mechanic starts. Alright, well, let me just tag that. Fortuitous luck. Quite. The next damage boost is gonna be this direction. I guess I go this way. That's probably the shortest, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you put it like somewhere around the edge. Also, we have a guy, I guess. It kind of chucks balls. Nah. I want an actual human chanter, please. Let's not do that. Also, I think it's click time, right? Oh yeah, it is click time. Let me get some of those. Let's get that +4 on that Centurion earring finally. Kind of long overdue. At 13, I'm missing 2. Oh, okay, there we go. 109. Alright. 120, bro. Can we get like small stacks, please? Yeah, like that. Being toxic? Nah, it's just I don't want to bother right now. Like, see, this is fine. Like that, I'll fuck with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. This guy insta left. Okay, cool. Don't even let me check your gear, will you? Oh wait, did it not buy? It didn't fucking buy, brother. Yeah, I'll take that. There we go. Bro, these earrings are absolutely sucking me dry, dude. I've been getting fairly lucky, but these earrings are like, nah. Come on, dude. There we go, finally. Okay, so we're done with that. We're done with the accessories on +4, so... I guess I'm saving up to craft the bodyguard now. I think that's the next step. 22 runs so far, minus 10 points on Marchant. Well, ain't that some shit. I mean, I guess this guy has... You know what? Let's try it out. This guy is not great, but whatever. We'll see. I have to keep gambling? Of course. Dude, at the end of the day, that's the essence of gambling. With those type of... that type of gambling, right? Even if you get unlucky, eventually it evens out, right? Eventually it just evens out. You're gonna fail a bunch, and then you're gonna succeed in a bunch. And then eventually you're gonna strike the 10%, right? It's all about the dopamine. You said earlier that you can guarantee an emerging craft? Yes. There was an update that brought in mats. Also bring those back to this room, by the way. I don't know why you guys are leaving. Like we pretty clearly established that we were going to do this from now on. Bro. We don't have to do these inside of the room, guys. I'm life stealing. Well, you're on the opposite side of the room. That's the problem. We're not supposed to even enter the room. Because this room chucks balls, but whatever. Like we lost a guy. Use new mass is 100%. Yeah, if you use the cores, it's the craft is 100%. The only caveat is that the item is bound to you when the craft finishes. So it's for personal use only. Also, you can only do a limited amount of craft per season. Right now, you can only craft 4 cores per season, which equals to like 1 weapon, basically. One weapon or 1 guard, or yeah, that works. I fell. Yeah, I saw that. What are we good now? Ah, yes. I love dodging, and my skill just goes on cooldown. Yeah, see, this is what I like about Chanta. It's the buffs, man. It makes you feel like you don't have to run a ping. Makes you feel something. It's a bit far, you know. I'll craft it running global? Yeah. I mean, basically, with the way it is right now, right? Ooh, nope. Not making it in time. With the way it is, right? You just want to do like your seasonal craft. Bare minimum, you don't want to waste it because you're actually limited to 1 per season. You can't carry over the mats, right? You have to do the craft within the season. So, yeah. Which I think is fine because you basically just leave those for the really high-end crafts, right? The really expensive crafts, so like the weapons and guards. And then if you really must get a bunch of PvE gear within the same season, then you can just like full send on the accessories without the calls. This way, even if you fail, like it's not too bad, right? But yeah, at least for the big crafts now you have a safety net, which is really nice. I mean, they probably realized that people failing guard and weapon crafts actually made people quit the game, which is not good for business. You know, so they actually gave you an option for these. I just hope with the later seasons they're gonna allow you to make more than just one per season, perhaps, or at least carry over the mats. I guess would be nice. Even if you can only carry them over to the next season and not forever, I think that would be nice. He's dropping his fucking bottles on me. Well, you win some, you lose some. At least you get buffs. That's for something. And now we kill these. Didn't even bother trying bunny. I did it on right under. Yeah, Dark Dragon, right? I mean, depending on when you quit, that's like pretty normal. Because like the other thing they did on top of the call is, I mean, you probably know, right? But you, when you run dungeons now, let's say you run a tier 3 dungeon like Fire Temple, on top of being able to get the tradable version of the Fire Temple thing. I mean, it would be better if we kill these instead of the next room. This way we would just do the statue, right? Well, whatever. Oh yeah, like you get the tradable version of the current tier, and you get like a bunch of bound version of the lower tiers. So like, it just gives you a fuck ton of mats on top of the core things to just make like basically free Bailey crafts. Like, which is really nice. Like, dude, the amount of bound mats I have is crazy. Which is the reason why I'm thinking about making an Ebony God, right? Even though it wouldn't be a big upgrade because I have a Dark Dragon God, like, I'm just thinking of making it because I just have a bunch of fucking mats, right? Like, I might as well. Like, on top of the inheritance system, like, it's nice. It's definitely nice. Definitely a lot more accessible now. Like, the big elephant in the room is just the Horn Dragon gear now. Like, that's it. Like, orange crafted gear is the big elephant in the room now. Yeah, sorry, the build command is still just my sugar.gg. I need to sit down and make a quest log, but bro, I just haven't had time. I haven't had time to do anything really, even play the game. Bro, how many archers do we have? XD. But yeah, like my sugar.gg is probably gonna be on my PvE gear right now. If you need me to show you anything in particular, just let me know. Yep, that was the wrong button. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for the mechanic to end. Might as well, right? I may have fat fingered the wrong button. Yeah, you're a bit too far away for me to Press Absolution, unfortunately. Melee. Dude, the fucking mob body block, holy shit. Just trying to jump above them, I'm getting caught on their bows, XD. Alright, let's not bring like those fucking archers again. And I stream of death, I'm into the ice cube, yeah. Always, man. That's the one that's always gonna get me. I mean, on this one, I just assume to press my my invuln, and then I fat finger the I fat finger my earth punishment. Take the cleric. He's griefing. For real, for real. Look, it's no harm, no foul, unless it's the final boss. Just kick the stone. Yo, by the way, Raiden, when you're the one pulling, if you start from the other side of the arena, he doesn't pull us. Just FYI. If you watched my video guide, you would know that. But you see, like, the stuff that this dungeon is doing, for example, like, that is the correct way to make a cleric feel like needed, right? Just having every boss put, like, debilitating debuffs on you constantly, where there's really only a cleric that can remove them at this frequency. Like, that's a good way to make cleric needed, right? I hope they do more of that. And less of a XD, let's give cleric chanter buffs, you know? Also, I didn't think that was going to be a spin. I don't know why he's spinning randomly right now. That was weird. Nice. We are not sprinting for this one, let me tell you. I spammed my... okay, well, whatever. I spammed my salvation button and it just never went off. You'd love to see that. Well, at least we lived. I'm just gonna take that. Well, so much for socketing my fucking salvation to then never use it. XD. Yeah, I mean, even though those are getting dropped at melee range, right? Like they're a lot less tragic than when the Templar was doing it. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but the positioning of his puddles was just like always, always the most unfortunate. Not gonna lie. Did you know what? They should add a pity on this dungeon, and this way you can just eventually pity a skill card. You know what I mean? Instead of only craft. Like, give us something, dude. Has any of you gotten a remotely decent skill card since the dungeon released? I mean, I'm to make sure there was a gap. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Templar just wasn't trying. I did. I believe you. Like, getting good rolls on this fucking card is gonna take fucking forever, dude. I feel like they added the Marchetant, the Marchetant board thing to make sure that we would have to grind this dungeon for a while, but dude, the stat grind on this fucking card is gonna take us long enough, dude. I've developed severe hatred for this fuck-ass board. That is fair. Before I was running to the other side of the boss. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying in case you didn't know, right? Like, he doesn't leash if you pull it from the other side. We got my skill tab. Alright. Let me open this on the Google. Alright, don't leave this room. We're just pulling these, right? And then just fight this in this room, right? No, you're leaving again? Alright, well. Fuck me, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with just crossing. Like, you're just gonna get people bubbled. Like, that's the entire point, right? Just stop leaving the first room. It's not needed. But I guess I can just do this to just like 3 DPS. Yeah, might as well. Yikes. Let me catch up on chat now. Can we go -20 on the Marchetons? Yeah, I mean, you know, just Gambit things. At least it doesn't... Dude, at least crafting these doesn't take Odil. Like, thank fucking god. I would not have been able to take this anymore. The fuck was this streamer on the board? Yeah, for real. For real, for real. I mean, like, the thing with the Martian board, right? It's the one thing that's really truly stopping me from continuing to farm Cradle right now, because dude, if you fall behind on the Marcheton board, it's pretty fucking bad, man, in PvP, right? Especially if you're an endurance / regen gamer, because people are gonna have the pen, and then you won't. Like, the board cancels out basically with 2 people that have it maxed out, but if you're behind on the board, yeah, you're kind of fried. Only crafted 1 skill. I mean, the 1 skill I crafted wasn't terrible. It just wasn't what I need. Like, realistically, I'm only looking to get 1 skill on the skill. Like, I just want to have Divine Aura on it. That's all I need, right? And then for the rest, I can just fill in the blank with filler stones. But ideally, I would need to get 2 good skills on it with like good rolls. That would be ideal, but there's no way. There's no way I'm fishing for that, you know? If it happens, it happens. Otherwise, whatever. I just want Divine Aura. That is all I want. Get that minus 10 seconds goodness in PvP. And let me take a look at your page. Maybe later. Alright. I'm trying to navigate through the website while doing this, so... Okay. Scales of Purity. Oh, you do have a skill. Dash, Slice, Exploit, Weakness, Quick Slide, Ambush. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Dude, that's... Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Damn. I mean, I don't know if it's ideal for Assassin. I don't play Assassin enough to know if that's the case, but yeah, that's pretty good. I've been thinking, what's the most racist thing someone has said to you? You know, I'm gonna be honest, Sakura, you know, whenever you're like sitting down on the shitter and you're like thinking about the deep stuff, or maybe you're like taking a really long shower and you're thinking about the really important stuff, I don't necessarily think your mind should be going in that direction. That being said, I will try to answer in earnest. What is offensive to a French guy? I mean, that is a good question. Like, I don't really get offended by anything. Like, that is specifically tied to my my roots, you know? I too think about the streamer in the shower. Alright. Alright, moving on. Can't think about French when I shit. That's a weird restriction. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you do whatever you want. I'm just saying that maybe there's more important topics at hand. But yeah, with that said, honestly, I have no idea. Although, I mean, I guess more so like the region I'm born in. Like, I could get a bit defensive about if you criticize some aspects of it. Namely the food. Like, if you say that crepes are dog shit, for example, like, we will have a fight. Because my region is the region of crepes. So, yeah. We don't need to kill more guys, by the way. Like, we're good. We have enough. I mean, I guess we can if you're gonna kill anything, kill the archers, maybe. But yeah, whatever. I mean, there's only 2 left, so I guess that's fine. That's better than the 4 from the last runs, I'll say that. We are carrying archers for you. Yeah, I see that now. I could apologize, but I'm not gonna do it. But I genuinely don't know how you could be racist against the French, other than, like, you know, saying that you don't like French people, which most people just go that route in gaming, right? Most people just like avoid French people, you know, so sometimes for good reasons. But I think you would have to get more specific when it comes to me, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, maybe I'm not like locked in on my racism, but I don't even know what I would say to like an Asian guy either, you know. So I think I'm just not locked in when it comes to the racism stuff. Yeah, I'm not in on the freshest memes. I guess I'm sorry. Yeah, what even killed me? I think it was the, yeah, it was just the raw AoE with the damage defense, the damage debuff. Or maybe it was an archer. Maybe you should have killed him after all. I don't know about this one, Anchovy. I feel like I often hear about French jokes, like many people do dislike the French. I thought it was a joke. I think it's only half a joke. I mean, look, having navigated through the online space for the better part of the last 2 decades, I will say that a lot of it is true. People do not like the French. For multiple reasons. Like, I think a lot of it is just, has a lot of ties with the language barrier, right? All you peoples, yeah. Unfortunate. But I think a lot of it is rooted in the fact that French people tend to be very bad at English, right? So people just don't want to bother with the language barrier. Like, I think that's mostly that. And also, like, the French tends to be, like, very prideful. You know, that's just, like, that's just within our blood, right? And I'll say that I'm guilty of that to some extent, right? So there is a bit of arrogance happening here as well, which people don't really fuck with too much. But I think it's mainly those two things. Those are the two main reasons why people don't fuck too much with the French. The language barrier and the pridefulness. Like the overwhelming arrogance, I guess. What's a woman? What the fuck did that question come from? But yeah, maybe someone can enlighten me, you know? Maybe we have some, like, some French haters in the chat that could confirm or deny the allegations. Big jump for the boss. Alright, let's try to get out of combat for this. Proper. Nice, I got hit immediately. Excellent. Great things are happening. I'm getting hit again. Oh, well, I'm just gonna press this. I'm dead, dude. Yeah. Alright, let's forget about what just happened. Language bar is definitely a contributor. It's the same with Germans to an extent, and then Brazilians on NA servers. That is true, actually. When I played on NA, I only briefly played on NA, right? But when I played on NA Classic, bro, people hated the fucking Brazilians. Like, it was crazy. I never quite got why, although I will say that, I mean, I don't think that's the reason why, but I will say that the Brazilian players on that specific server were absolutely fucking dog shit. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of that, yeah. Oh god. That's gonna be a long fucking glide angle. Also, can I just... Nah, okay. I tried to just outrange it, because that just looked... What the... Okay. Alright, I did not think the game would raise me while gliding. That was a little bit spooky for a second. I thought I was kind of thrown off the edge. The Brazilian hate on the island. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not familiar with that game, you know? I was just kind of a spectator of it all. But I definitely took witness of it. I don't think it was quite the same as the French hate, though. Brazilian joke about those players. I mean, trust me, dude. I mean, bro, EU players call NA players NAPEs. You know, like, I think that's just the whole feud of it. I mostly agree with what was said to some extent, even outside of online stuff. I guess to lots of music festivals on the Netherlands. Most of the time they disliked French people coming here. They'd feel concerned though. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same for me, right? Like, I've always kind of dodged it just because of the fact I can actually communicate in English, like somewhat proper. Which is what makes me think a lot of it is rooted within the language itself, like language barrier. Also, I'm a bit prideful to some extent, but I'm nowhere near some of, dude, okay. I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, back in the days on the EU servers, like I'm talking pre-classic and stuff like that, right? Like, on the French servers and EU servers and so on and so forth, right? Like, some people take shit so serious it borders on mental illness, you know what I mean? Like, I could never. I'm going to preview for some of them MDMA. Nice, dude. Alright, stay in this room. No move. We just pull and we stay. Alright? Yeah. I mean, there's also a lot of that. Although, I mean, that's probably happening with most communities, right? I think most people tend to stick with each other. But I will say that the French do tend to stick with each other on like games that have a more foreign community, if that makes sense. How is that any better than pulling to the door of the boss? Well, number one, you have a wider space to not get fucked by every mob when you can't life leech like me. That's number one. Number two, you don't have to cross the fucking room with mobs hitting you. So less people get bubbled on the way there, right? Let me do that to save this guy. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but the last two runs, you were the only one making it to the other side. Everyone was dying on the way there because of the early activation of the jumping rings. Whereas if we just clear the first room and then just run together to the final boss, the rings don't activate while we just run through the room. Like, it's just a mild optimization. It makes it less of a headache, especially with pugs. But like, actually, like going back on the NA the NA classic server, right? Like one of the group that had the hold of Zapiel, like for the people who remember Zapiel. If you remember Zapiel, you might be old. But yeah, the group that had the biggest hold on it was actually a French group, and it was like a French community, you know. Now, eventually, as the server got smaller, it became like a more international thing. But yeah, it was like French dominated for a pretty long time. This thing we might not be as welcoming and inclusive as a prospect. Yeah. I mean, obviously the fact that, especially early on, they used to do like the servers separated by language. It probably made things a lot more like hermetic, you know. Whereas when you're forced to mix, also wow, that bubbled me immediately. When you're forced to mix, obviously, there's probably less of a clash of culture in that sense. Like I will say that the French communities tend to be a lot more tame when they are forced to play with other like languages, like English communities and stuff. Probably by essence of the fact that most of them just don't speak the language, so they can't say anything. Like that is definitely something that we saw on EU Classic, for example. Like the French community was a lot more diluted as a result of the server being international. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, right? We have some, how to put it? We have some colorful individuals within the Iron community on the French side of things. And I'm sure everyone will know who I'm talking about, right? Because we've been dealing with those people for the best part of the last decade. So obviously, even though these guys didn't necessarily speak the best English, they certainly made themselves known. I will say that. But outside of these, also, Jesus fucking Christ, dude, holy body blocking Batman. Is it just me or some skill effects very bright? Like it blooms quite a bit. Like this room specifically has this fucking big bloom, like bright sunlight on the background that makes everything be blinding. Like in this room in specific, it feels like. Like it's not so much the skill as it is like the reflection of the whatever the light source is on the water. Like that is one thing I noticed because like I had to take screenshots and like record footage within the instance for the video, and when I was looking for a good location to take to do the recording, I tried this boss arena for the recording, but bro, it was so fucking bright, it was just fucking pitch white. So I had to just take another location. Yeah. I think it has a lot to do with like the water reflection and stuff like that, yeah, specifically. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think the only tell we need is any player who played Iron 1, I think across the years, amongst every region, if you're someone who actually got involved within the community and watched the videos and so on and so forth, we got the biggest quote-unquote personalities from the French side of the community. You know what I mean? Because there was like NA players who were well known. There was like some like UK players that were well known, so on and so forth. But the ones that made the biggest splash with their personality were definitely on the French side. For the better or for worse, you know? Yeah. I have no clue about any EU stuff. Be thankful. Be thankful. Stay this way, you know? Sometimes ignorance is bliss. And this is one of those times. I don't think he was French though. Well, let me see. Remember that brain was Mech Eagle. That doesn't really ring much of a bell. I don't remember. It was an Ether Tech player. I think that's a given because of the name. I don't quite remember someone with that name though. I mean, maybe I'm biased, right? Because I'm French myself, so I kind of was forced to interact with those people quite a decent amount. But yeah, like, yeah, we had some flamboyant people. I'll say that, yeah. And all of EU content creator I probably watched if they had PvP compilations. Yeah. Also, I should probably be looking at the screen right now. Yeah, I think there's a kibble list close by reactivated, right? Yeah, there is. What is he? French from Quebec? Oh yeah, that's a double whammy right there. Whew, that's rough. But I don't know, like, the name vaguely means something to me. I might have heard the name before. I never quite got involved. And like, look, at the end of the day, me personally, when it comes to Iron 1, I was always more of an outside observer. I did my absolute best to not be involved with anything. You know what I mean? Like, I just was an onlooker, you know? So if there was like some, you know, some deep cut stuff, I probably missed it. But even as someone who tried to stay out, like some of the friend guys, bro. Yeah. And look, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna say any names, right? If you know, you know. Also back during the Facebook days, dude. Holy moly, the Facebook days on Ion. That shit was crazy work. But I think that was more contained within the EU community in itself. But I will say that back during the Facebook days when it was all of the EU communities on the same Facebook, like, you know, sharing a space together, the biggest bulk of the mental asylum stuff came from the French side. Like, dude, I will say there was a higher than usual amount of cock and balls being showed on that group, right? For a variety of reasons, and I will say that a good majority of them were made in France. Yeah. Clicked on a random video with the accent at Hong Quebec. Well, there you go. There you go. Never miss, dude. It's always right. Facebook groups, there was something seems like every dude in Wintertaunt, yeah. But I can pretty distinctly remember two very specific case scenarios of a French man having drama with a woman. And it did not end in a pretty way on the Facebook group. You had to be there, you know? You had to be there. I was just an onlooker again. I did not even have an account, right? I just kind of browsed and I was just, you know, witnessing, I suppose. I mean, there was four distinct events that happened within the EU community from the French side. And I feel like if I told you about half of these, I would get banned on Twitch. You browsed French-made cock and balls. Well, I was not necessarily... It just sort of happened, you know? I was not seeking it. It just popped on the feed. In fact, it popped on everyone's feed, you know? I mean, it wasn't just cock and balls, though. I'll say that. It was a variety of things. Enough. This discussion is getting derailed more than beyond recognition. But for any EU players, do you guys remember the tits pizza? I remember the tits pizza. Yeah, that was the day. Again, you had to be there. You had to be there. Lovefully, like nicknamed the titsa from the community. You know, like if the Ion community ever did something, it was being creative with those type of memes. You know, yeah, that was like the French actually had a different name, but yeah, the English side called it the titsa. And then the French side called it the pizza au teteroni. Yeah. You know, I've always said that the Ion EU community was like a small village, you know? Complete with the inbreeding. You know? That's genuinely how it felt, especially later down the line, right? God, those puddle stacks are a nightmare. I genuinely hope the boss doesn't go in that direction. Well, I guess they're gonna disappear now, right? Yeah, okay. We're good. Let me run, brother. Well, I guess Sakurai's doing this, so I'm just gonna do this. No? Alright. Yeah, didn't have time to press the main one. You guys are getting hit by two of them. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, a lot of these memes I will never forget until the day I fucking croak, dude. I will say that ironically, and I mean maybe you can agree or disagree, but ironically a lot of these things happen to gladiators. You know? Especially on the more like women driven drama. It was definitely very much a gladiator thing. Okay, I might be able to Gamba a skill after this. As a 15-year-old gladiator player, yes. Yeah. You're done, Sakura, right? Alright. Very good. Well, we knocked out a lot of this. I mean, there's still more where that came from. Like, me personally, I still have a bunch of shit to burn. But I'm gonna be doing my Gambas now. But yeah, the gladiator situation in Iron 1 was crazy. Okay. Alright, let's start with the Marchant board. Let's make Sakura upset before he goes to bed, right? I guess he's not gonna go to bed, but... I mean, look, man, I'm not saying that I'm winning, right? But I'm kind of winning, dude. Like, you should be trying a little bit harder. Living proof that gladiator players are mentally handicapped. Well, I'm gonna reserve judgment on that, but I'm just not gonna disagree with you. Alright, that's it. I'm quitting. Look, man, I gotta make up for my ping, you know? Like, dude, I clicked this shit, it took 5 seconds to get used, you know? Like, it's rough out there. Alright. Genuinely, you have more of the board than me? That's kind of funny. I mean, I barely have anything, though. How many? I have 28. I mean, I guess I do, yeah. I suppose. Okay, 21. Okay, guys. We can craft a scale. This is the third one. All I want to be able to use this fuck-ass card is Divine Aura. Just Divine Aura. Anything else, it's fine. I just want fucking Divine Aura, alright? Alright. And you know what's the worst? This is not the worst card of all time. It's not. It has Radiant Recovery. Bro. Yeah, but Bolt I don't give a shit about, and like this is terrible. Yeah, no, this is not good. Radiant Recovery really is the only decent skill on this. Well, I guess we go again. But I guess I could forego... I mean, I already have Divine Aura on this though, so I can't even recraft this. So Divine Aura is like what? It's Compass? I think it's Compass, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I have Judgment Thunder level 4. I can't even change this fucking Compass, dude. Like, this I need everything on this Compass as well. Like, for PvP, at least I do. I just need the skill to not suck balls, dude. Like, that's all I need. Yeah. Well, I guess we go again. Okay, so I'm pretty much okay in terms of energy on my Chanter now. I do have to... Okay, let me check my SM. Let me check the status on my SM of energy. I don't think it's that bad, but I'll double check just in case. Alright. 600. It's actually starting to be bad, but we're getting there. I'm 80 away from being able to enter Fire Temple. Like that's the thing, right? Although I should probably just actually make a stop over at like Vacron and stuff like that, just to replace these, right? Yeah, that might just be the play. Just like do a quick stop to at least get my eye level a bit higher, and then spam Fire Temple with the boys. Yeah. Because I don't have much left in terms of like sealed dungeon and quests, right? I'm mostly done. Yeah, 95%. I'm pretty much just missing the last one, right? So, and on the Elio side, I think I'm like 50%. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna do a few Vacrons on this character for now. I mean, it should go fast, right? Because virtually every single fucking ult in existence now is like 2k plus because of the Arcana Pass. So it shouldn't be too bad. How many bosses is this? 3 boss. Alright, guess we're doing this. Five temple left to do on my ranger to finish the week. I mean, I just don't have the eye level. I mean, I guess I could run on other characters. If you want to do them now, we can do that. It's gonna be pretty fast anyways, right? Like, either way, I have to spam dungeons because I only did 40, right? So, I mean, I did do a bunch of Transcendence, obviously, but yeah. I don't want to use this as much as possible, basically. I forgot to turn off screen shake on this character. Oh yeah. Deal with it, I suppose. I'll remove it after this one. I genuinely wonder how SM is gonna do in PvP after this patch, because like that's quite massive. Like the amount of damage and utility they're gonna get after this patch is like a bit silly. Because Elementalist is already doing a bunch of fucking damage in PvP, you know? So yeah. Hopefully we don't have yet another like one-shot class on our hands. Don't like the Ancient Spirit buff. Yeah, I don't think they needed that. You know? Ancient Spirit is already kind of stupid as it is. I'm short of 21 skin to empty closet. Any advice on how to get there fast? This. That's the way. This page. It's a different... Dude, okay, well, that bugged my character. But yeah. Can I move now? No, alright. I cannot move anymore. There we go. But this skin page on the sugar shop is different on every character. So you can just do a pass on every character every 40 minutes. To keep buying skins, and within the day you'll be done. Any time to switch main class to Elementalist, but there's so much gear to farm. Honestly, just don't do flavor of the month. Just stick with whatever you have. Like the game is gonna change a bunch anyways. Even like by the time next season comes by, like the game is gonna change a bunch already. So our strongest glad with One Piece Horn and full PvP gear got back crit smite for 30k by Ancient Spirit. Yep. I mean, I have a clip from not too long ago where I ran into an elementalist in open world. I had Ustials and a battle scroll, so 40% damage tolerance. And I got crit. I got back smite for 27k. I got one shot with Ustials plus battle scroll. And that's considering I have all the full Centurion set effect and so on and so forth as well, right? So 35k defense, yeah, I have close to 30k as well. So yeah, like Ancient Spirit the way it is right now, yeah. It just isn't good, both for the health of the game and like for the way Spirit Master is supposed to be playing, right? Did I tell you about the SM you met? He's a really cool dude. He has multiple High Commander. Alright, well. I mean, yeah, but at the end of the day, like High Commander armor is not really gonna increase your DPS, right? He's just another one of those like capped gear dude, basically. I'm assuming he had horned weapon and so on and so forth, because I've had elementalists do this shit to me in arena, right? Like just run-of-the-mill elementalists, you know? Alright, it's physical. I think I'm tanking. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting the back on this. XD. Sometimes it gives a lot of codex. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things they changed when they added the craft for the codexes. It's actually quite nice. Like, even more reason not to do fucking show games, you know what I mean? They don't die instantly, I'm dying. Yeah, I mean, that's just a general problem with, like, the TTK in PvP. And, like, I'm really hopeful that the changes they're gonna do to the PvP damage formula is just gonna move us back to a TTK similar to Iron 1, genuinely. Because like the PvP is never gonna feel right as long as we have shit like this exist. Like one-shotting should not exist in the game, especially when you have like even decent gear. Like that should just never happen. It's just horribly designed. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's the case for most like DPS adjacent classes. Like, just because Sork can just bitter cold into Inferno and just one-shot a Templar, like, that doesn't mean that Sork is well designed. It's fucking trash. I have SM Sork can have one shot. Yeah. I mean, you know my opinion. I just don't vibe with the design at large of most classes right now, if I'm gonna be honest. And I don't think anybody should. And also the fact that people keep asking for more damage as they buff to their class is... People don't realize how terrible of a fucking idea that is. That is not the way to do things. We don't need more damage, we need more control. I've been smited by Runers both at 20k plus too, Horn Gamers, but TTK issue here. Yeah. It's the TTK, it's the mix of like all of the different like offensive stats that exist in the game, right? Like, I'm still of the opinion that multi-hit should not be a stat. I genuinely think multi-hit is a terrible stat for the game. Like, it could exist within... I mean, even then, like, I just don't think multi-hit should exist. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, multi-hit just is not a good stat in the video game. Why is that crits my perfect multi-hit? Yeah, exactly. It's too many layers of damage procs that makes... It makes DPS unstable, you know? It makes it a fucking balancing nightmare. How the fuck are you supposed to balance your DPS around 50 different procs that doubles damage? Primal game isn't due to classes, but everyone always bams so like Glass does. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I don't play the class, right? But I think I see people complain about any class that isn't theirs, if that makes sense, right? But that's just the essence of people, right? People don't actually want the game to be fair. They just want to win, right? Like, by essence. Well, I tried. Just make multi the way it was in Iron 1. I mean, multi in Iron 1 wasn't really like a stat. It was just like a proc on auto attacks, basically. Depending on the weapon type, which, I mean, that's whatever, right? Like, that's fine. Unless you mean multi-hits, like actual skills that hit you multiple times. But that was also an animation thing. Like, within the logs, it was basically categorized as just like one damage instance, right? Plenty of players across multiple classes who pump DPS in dungeons. Yeah. I mean, PvE isn't so much a problem. If you just look at the numbers, right? There's not that much of a problem here. It's just, purely speaking... I'm gonna do that actually, but now. Do you want to do... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do one more. And then we'll do some fire temples. Just so I get out of some energy out of this character. Wasn't gonna do anything of that. They followed bad streamer. Yeah. Rock on auto attacks or specific weapons, yeah. And like to that extent, I guess if multi-hit was just like... If multi-hit was just a spec on left click, just to give left click another incentive, like first of all a bit more oomph, and second of all like the possibility of having more chances to proc stuff, like sure. But the existence of multi-hit on everything, and then the fact that some classes have guaranteed multi-hit tied to them on the burst attack, like Runer's Blow for example. Runer's Blow as an attack doesn't inherently do that much damage. It's the multi-hits. It's the guaranteed multi-hits from Runer's Blow that does the damage, you know what I mean? And most people don't even realize that. Ultimately, yes, it is a different problem in PvP. NC won't hit the bouncing mark until they separate the bouncing numbers, which they are, right? And that's the thing that I'm waiting on the most. Now, they said it's currently in the testing phase, so I don't think it's going to be next patch. I think if we see the separation of PvP and PvE damage, it's probably going to be like either the last week of Season 2 or like beginning of Season 3, basically. But I am impatiently waiting for that, because once we have that, then we can go back on like a more neutral foundation, and then we can like actually start fixing problems. The only thing is, I just hope they're not gonna do the TTK change with the PvP damage formula like swap, and then people are gonna bitch about not doing damage anymore, and then they're gonna buff damage again, and then we're gonna be back to the same problem, right? That's the one thing I'm scared about. But I guess time will tell, right? I hope they'll take the time to like properly fix shit. Because once again, they're doing another wave of like class changes this week, and it's again damage buff, you know? Like, dude, stop with the damage buffs, dude. I understand you're mainly doing this for PvP, for PvE, sorry, but it just makes PvP a fucking nightmare, dude. I don't want to touch soulbinds again. I think we should be fine on soulbinds. Arcanas are the thing you have to watch out for, though. The game is designed around not being able to do anything but damage. You can... You know, there's so much health in the game you won't be able to kill anything. Yeah, but that's inherently something that they have to change, right? That's just a systematical change they have to do. And it begins by changing the TTK. And then once you change the TTK, you add more utility to skills to fill in the blank. So, yeah, that's kind of what they have to do. And then again, we're gonna have like a quote-unquote big reset because it's basically all but confirmed that Season 4 is gonna be the level 50 expansion, right? And that's gonna be their occasion to do actual big meaningful changes. Like if they can't manage to course correct within the next few patches with the TTK changes and everything, at least they're gonna have that to act as a good excuse to do big changes, right? So yeah, that's the second layer of cope. 4v4 is nice, like if in a team with a healer and others, it's much more fun. Yeah, and do you know why it's fun, Sakura? I mean, say it with me. It's because when you're doing 4v4, you have Chanter, you have Templar, you have Cleric. What does that give you? More health, damage tolerance, defensives. And again, say it with me, why is it more fun? Because the TTK is longer and your actions are more deliberate. That's all there is to it, right? At the end of the day, the fight isn't fun if it ends in 10 seconds. And that is the root of the problem. Which is why when people request more damage for their class, they're fucking stupid. Because then doing more damage with their class is not gonna make the game funnier, you know? It's not gonna make the game more fun. It's just gonna make the game more cringe. Because short fights are never fun, and that's the reason why Throne and Liberty isn't fun, you know? Because it's solely focused on short TTK in one shot and big Zerg PvP. Separate balancing numbers to make sure buffs nerfs to PvP doesn't sing the others. Yes. Yep. That's the thing, right? And like, I borderline hope they go the extra mile and give us separate tool tips for PvE and PvP. I hope they will go the extra mile and be like this ability deals this amount of damage, and if they want to buff it in PvE, it's like deals 200% more damage on monsters. There you go. And then in PvP it just does normal damage, right? And then for specific abilities, like for CC type abilities, they can be like, if the enemy is a PC, deals this affliction, you know? Or even make it specs, you know? So this way you spec separate in PvP and PvE, because now we can actually spec skills separately in PvE and PvP, right? So they basically need to like soft separate the two tooltips to make the classes, because at the end of the day, the whole shtick about just putting dots and putting damage tolerance debuffs and pressing damage buttons, it works in PvE just fine, right? It feels okay in PvE. It's in PvP that it doesn't work anymore, so they just need to separate the two tooltips. Put PvE, PvP modifier values on the tooltip at the bottom. Yeah. I mean, again, you just put the tooltip with the damage it does, and then you say deals 200 more damage, 200% more damage on monsters, and like that's it. That's the separation. It doesn't add bloat to the tooltip. It just very clearly, right? And then on the tooltip, it can be against enemy PC, like inflict seal, you know, this type of stuff, right? They just have to separate the two, regardless of how they do it, right? Can you turn the screenshot off? For the low price of one gift sub. Yeah, let me do that. Where the fuck is screen shake even? I don't know. It's probably there, right? View distance, camera shake. There you go. Is turning off screen shake an option? Yes, thankfully it is. If I do any less damage, I'm never killing Templars. Okay, I'm gonna say something. You know what? I'm gonna say two things. You don't have to agree with me, you don't have to like it, but it's facts, right? And that's how it worked in Iron 1, and I think that's okay. your class doesn't have to win against every class. Because that's how a healthy balance is. You have good matchups, you have bad matchups, and I think that's okay. That's number one. Number two, just because things are the way they are right now, if they just change the balance of things and they give you tools to fight against those classes to replace the damage, that's better. Instead of just pressing fucking Trinials and one-shotting a Templar, how about you have to cover a blind or cover a seal to deal with Templar? You know what I mean? That would be better. That would be more interactive. And this is what I want to see in this game. You know? But yeah, at the end of the day, I also want us to go back to the days where your class had good matchups and bad matchups, because that's inherently the correct way you balance out a game, you know? It just be like that. Like, if I have a bad matchup against, I don't know, like Sulk as a cleric, that's okay. If you have a bad matchup against Templar as assassin, that's okay. That's how it was in Iron 1. And you know what? We lived with it. It was just fine. And having a bad matchup doesn't mean you can't do anything. As long as the game gives you the tools to do something smart, right? You can outplay players, and that's how you circumvent like matchup problems. But right now you don't have that option, right? And that's exactly what they need to add into the game. TTK gets stronger equals Templar will be tuned to have less sustained mitigation than it currently does. I mean, there's that, and also Templar will be tuned to do less damage. No? And if Templar does less damage, then you have more time to cook. And if you have more time to cook, then maybe you can do something smart, right? Let's say, as an assassin, they give you a seal, they give you a blind that actually works, right, on mini classes. And you can rotate through these. Maybe they give you more guaranteed stuns that allow you to eventually like CC lock the Templar if you burn their Defiance, right? Like, and then you can just like weave between all of those different tools, right? Like, that would be just a lot more entertaining. I mean, that's just my take, right? I just look at it from the perspective of an Iron 1 player, and I'm not necessarily asking for the game to be exactly like Iron 1, but I can also recognize that Iron 1 did a lot right, that this game could do all the same, right? Okay, I'm gonna log in for Fire Temple. Alright, let me look up the chat a bit. What do you think the settings are? Yeah. I love poking at ninth ranked Templar for 5 minutes. Yeah, you and me both, brother. That's just the lay of the land, you know. Another question, do you know why my instant replay won't let me save replays? Despite turning it on in Iron 2, unless I go specifically to NVIDIA app and turn on capture desktop on, otherwise I can't instant record on Iron 2. I mean, I'm using OBS, so that's that. I'm assuming you're talking about Shadowplay, right? The way you're talking about it. The thing with Shadowplay, even with Iron 1, I ended up having to do desktop recording because video capture just wasn't fucking working out. It either doesn't detect the game or it doesn't record properly, so yeah, I just ended up having to do that. But I haven't been using Shadowplay on this game, so I don't know specifically. Ungebuga mi Templar in the play game, training dummy fun isn't great design either. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're stuck in a cutscene for 80% of the fight against Templar isn't good. And that goes hand in hand with the other comment I have with like, CCs in this game need an overhaul to work better. But they can't do that overhaul until they overhaul the TTK, you know? Everything goes hand in hand at the end of the day, you know? Like, that's the problem. We can't really move forward and get shit to the right state until we get the TTK right, and then go full stop with the fucking damage buffs. Did I quickly on Soak with Washing Machine Divine Aura? I mean, yeah, like pretty much every class right now against Soak. Like Soak literally just presses Bitter Cold Inferno and just one-shots any class in the game right now. Which isn't good design either, right? So going back to what I said, right? So some stuff, a lot of endurance spend, 33%. Yeah, that's pretty decent. I'm gonna fuck these Templars. Yeah, some Templars have really high endurance. Alright, I'm all caught up with chat. We can now do some fight Templing. Also, what do you have? 15 parapets. Let's not do that. They need to put minus PvP debuff on PvE gear like they did for PvP gear. Otherwise, all the people who are empty their way to horn gear and it's GG. The problem is that they can't do the same thing as with PvP gear because it would not change anything. Because the weapon is not part of the set effect. So people would still be able to run weapon guard and it would not change anything. If they do that, they would need to put an inherent like raw, no set effect, just on the piece of gear, PvE malice. Which I don't disagree with. They need to do it. They need to do it. Not gonna worry about the one Templar. Yeah, I mean, true. the majority of people are not gonna have that. You physically cannot balance the game until you establish the intended TTK. If you don't do that, you are just playing balance with a whack-a-mole and you're being balancing and yes, exactly. And that's how Iron 1 eventually got to the right place, right? Because Iron 1 at the very beginning, at the inception of Iron 1, I'm talking 1.2 very beginning, they balanced out the TTK at the beginning and a bunch of game mechanics were missing, but it was kind of hidden by the TTK stuff, right? But they eventually went around and fixed it, and then they started properly balancing out the game. Because lest you forget, in Iron 1, at the very beginning of the game, there was no remove shock. Remove shock did not exist, which means that if you got stunned, you lost, right? And a bunch of stuff like that. A bunch of skills just straight up didn't fucking work. Ankle Snail Gladiator didn't work. Unwavering Devotion didn't work, right? A bunch of the stuns, like on Ranger, were completely fucking bugged. And Ranger did not have stuff like the ethereal traps and so on and so forth, right? So they established the TTK and then they added the good game mechanics that eventually made Iron 1 good. And they need to do the same thing with this game. Now they have a stronger foundation because they took a bunch of stuff from Iron 1 from the get-go, like we already have Remove Shock, for example, right? But they need to stabilize the TTK. Now that they finally stabilize some of the most stupid game mechanics, like the grabs, Theostones, Freeze, Fear, all of these are stable now. We can finally stabilize the TTK and then expand on the game mechanics to make the PvP feel better. But nothing else is going to come out of it until they do that. Alright, Fire Temple. Let's do 3 boss, since you have only a few, right? Yeah. Talk would use... Blink and someone teleport back to where it was, yeah. Dude, my favorite glitch with... Blind Leap on Iron 1 on the early days was when you could target an NPC and then if you jumped on a slope and jump shot Blind Leap while pressing backwards when you landed, it teleported you on the target. So one thing you could do, and like that's some arcane glitch, guys. I'm talking that was pre 2.x. But one thing you could do is you could set up an illusion gate on a faraway ledge, and then if you were about to get zerged or about to lose, you could do the Blind Leap trick to teleport onto your illusion gate and then warp to Sanctum on Pandemonium. Like, yeah, those were the days. The Iron 1 was a wacky game in many ways, and that's what made it charm as well. Just getting for the majority is more than fine. Yeah, that's the spirit. Like, you're not gonna meet those unless you do like really high elo arenas anyways, so it's kind of whatever. There was a change to grab this patch. Yes, they are changing survival willpower to not increase grab resist anymore. So that should make grabs a bit more viable if you spec for them. I think that's probably an attempt to like make grabs not straight up be because right now if you use grab skills as assassin, gladiator, chanter, you are actively griefing yourself because they never work, right? So they are making grabs a bit more viable. You're just going to fall off of a Mocking Blade. I think if you full send status effect chance and impact type, it might be a bit better now. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. It's gonna be a matter of like wait for the patch and try it out, right? See if it's actually viable. Because even right now, I have seen gladiators full send status effect even on the passive and everything, and they are able to fairly reliably use Mocking Blade without people falling out of it. So who knows? Why don't they work? Because there's no inherent like grab bonuses, and status effect resists increases your resist to grabs as well, which means that, and because like grabs check okay, the grab CC checks multiple times during the grab animation whether you resist the grab or not, and if at any point of the grab you resist the grab, you fall out of the grab, and because of that it just ends up like pinning the user and CCing the user more so than it CCs the receiver, right? And if you use a grab on someone who is stunned and they fall out of it, it also break them out of the stun. So let's say on assassin, if you stun a target and then you use Shadowfall, you basically break the target free out of the stun. Like you're actively griefing yourself, which is the problem, right? So yeah, they have to address that. Can I fucking say I just trashed my Mocking Blade Arcana? I mean, at the end of the day, don't sell the bet until you fucking skinned it, you know? So just wait and see if it's more viable now. At least it's a sign that they want to bring relevancy to grabs back into the game to some extent. As a guy, is that why my stumble isn't going through quite a lot of time during PvP due to survival wall? It's just like status effect resist. Like in general, if you want your CCs to land, you're gonna need to run status effect chance on your weapon and impact type chance on your guard as well. If you want them to be even remotely reliable. And if a Mocking Blade right now, any grab skill just doesn't work basically. Another thing, Cleric can perma CC lock someone through Defiance for 100% certainty. Yeah. Likely still not using Shadowfall though. Yeah, we'll see, because Shadowfall can be a good combo extender. The grab just has to fucking work, you know? Like, bottom line. If the grab works, you can use it as a combo extender. Especially in group PvP, because the animation is like quite long. When you grab someone and they're stuck in the grab, they're basically just like entering victim status, right? Good evening, hello Dejan. Or the Jansen. Grab was strong, okay in the beginning, except for the fact that Mocking Blade did like 9 million damage. The problem with the grabs at the beginning is that grabs had no counterplay. Like, you could not resist grabs, right? And because of that, like a gladiator could just burn your Defiance and then Mocking Blade you on the Defiance and just CC you for like 3 seconds. And then by the time you got out of the Mocking Blade, your Defiance buff was gone. And you basically never played. And then on top of that, Mocking Blade did 1 million damage. So I do think grabs need to be handled just like any regular CCs, right? Like you should be able to resist it. But the problem right now is you don't have any ways to spec into it to make it work. Like right now in PvP, grabs just straight up don't work, which kind of defeats the purpose because grabs are useless in PvE. So what do you use them for then, right? I sent you text on YouTube. Yeah, that's fine. And hello Thrice. But now at the end of the day, if they want to bring back relevancy to all of those CCs, because you also have to keep in mind they're bringing back the grabs, but they also brought back the gap closer skills in flight, the melee classes. You're able to use them like willy-nilly now. So if they're gonna bring this many stuns to the game, they're gonna need to reduce the duration of them across the board. Like with this many CCs in the game and with how insane the TTK is, stun duration should be basically halved. It shouldn't be more than like 2 seconds. Because it's not okay for a Templar, like, and look, you guys have fought Templars before. When you fight a Templar, you're stuck in a cutscene for 80% of the fight. These motherfuckers, they grab you, you get stunned for 3 seconds. You get out of the stun, they shield bash you, you get stunned for 4 seconds. You get out of stun, they gap closer you get stunned for 3 seconds. You get out of it, the pull is back, you get pulled, you get stunned again for 3 seconds. You get out of stun, the shield bash is back, you get stunned for 4 seconds. You know, that's too long. If you're gonna have this many fucking CCs into the game, the CCs need to be significantly shorter. Now that being said, if they make it shorter, then obviously they need to give the opportunity for people to chain them more. Like the same way as they did in Iron 1, right? There was a CC hierarchy in Iron 1 where you could not stun someone on a stun, but you could stumble someone on a stun. And then you could stun someone on a stumble. And then same with Ether Hold, right? You could not Ether Hold someone on a stumble, but you could Ether Hold someone on a stun, and then you could stun someone on the Ether Hold, right? We need to bring that hierarchy back for stun locks. Like reduce the CC duration, right? But give classes the possibility to have a hierarchy that allows them to CC lock people if they burn Defiance and get a pin on them, right? Like that was the best way to do it, honestly. Also, make CCs more reliable. Like, make it easier for people to build into guaranteed CC if you reduce the CC the CC durations as well. Like, there's so much to unpack here, right? There's so much to do, ideally. But all of it starts by fixing the TTK, you know? Fixing the TTK is the beginning. Fixing the TTK and then not band-aid fixing classes that then struggle to kill all the people by just giving them more damage, right? Shadowfall can be used on blind too, but I can't blind reliably. Yeah, and also blind doesn't do shit. I mean, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like blind doesn't do shit in this game. Like, blind was a very powerful tool for Assassin in Iron 1, but I feel like blind doesn't do shit in this game. What the fuck does blind even do right now? Yeah, exactly. Like, blind on Iron 1 was a fixed percentage chance to miss your attack, right? And the percentage chance depended on the blind type. Like the ranger trap, the ranger blind was 40%. The assassin blind was, I believe, 65%. The godstone blind was like 80% or something. Like, but it was just a fixed percent. It was not like accuracy or evasion based. It was just like a fixed percentage, right? Actually, the godstone blind might have been 90%. Now that I think about it, I'm rusty on my on my knowledge of that, but yeah. Fix TTK, then fix CC, then tune damage. Yeah. EM Dage. Yeah, like they have a long road ahead of them, but yeah, they need to take it one step at a time. And at the end of the day, I'm not gonna give them too much shit, right? Because they have fixed a lot of the shit that needed to be fixed. Like, again, I just want to remind you guys that at the very beginning of the game, PvP was actually completely unplayable. Like, actually completely unplayable for a while. And they have addressed the mechanics that made it unplayable, and now PvP is not the best, but at least it is playable, right? It is starting to be playable, so baby steps, right? Baby steps. Fuck double blind Godstone. Blind Sigma Sin players, yeah, fuck them with Sharpstick. I mean, at the end of the day, double paralysis assassins were just like typically more threatening because it was actually stupid, but most assassins ran blind silence because that was the most versatile combo, right? Although I will say I personally liked attack speed reduction and poison because they were useful, and they also allowed you to like cover blinds and stuff like that on the fly a lot easier. Godstones are no longer oppressive. Yeah, Godstones are still, they still matter, but at least now they're very manageable. They're even more manageable than on Iron 1, to be honest, so that's good. Like, we can leave them as is. You gotta try the Ranger kick one day, it's so smooth. I mean, I will eventually make a Ranger, right? It's just, you know. I have a couple of things on my plate. Your mean person attack speed was so 8. It was very underrated, I feel like. Like, nobody was using it, but it was quite good. Because it gave you the illusion that you could attack, but you know, it quite significantly reduced your DPS. And then on top of that, it acted as a stepping stone to be able to cover your shit, right? So yeah. I tried running the attack speed Godstone on this game, but it genuinely felt like it did nothing. So I don't know. I've been talking about Godstone just in general. Yeah. Hollowed Strike. Yeah. And it wasn't dispellable as well, at least until 5.1x, right? I mean, thankfully, most clerics did not realize the strength of Hallowed Strike, I guess, right? The majority of the clerics just never press that button, even though both in solo PvP and in group PvP, Hallowed Strike was a very powerful tool. So yeah. And honestly, I wish we got it in Iron 2. I hope at the end of the day, right? Like, just reduce the damage on Cleric a bit and give us more utility. Make Root a better skill. Give us attack speed reduction on an attack speed reduction skill. Like, I just bring back the Cleric utility from Iron 1, you know? The minus 50% combat speed Godstone doesn't work well. I mean, I don't know. I tried it for a very short amount of time, and it just felt like it didn't do much. But then again, right, I'm fighting with people that have like 0 ping, so who knows, right? I mean, maybe I'll try it again, because I haven't really been... I mean, at the end of the day, I still think Paralysis Seal is probably just straight up more powerful, but who knows? Considering Paralysis is... I mean, is Paralysis impact type or is it stun? It might be stun. Yeah, I don't know. I would assume it fucks up ranges. I mean, maybe. But the problem is that the proc rate, as far as I remember, the proc rate is the same as Seal. So if you're gonna proc a Theostone, you might as well proc Seal, because it just stops the person from attacking, right? Does PvP last long enough for it to make a difference? Well, as a cleric, kinda, yeah. Like, as a cleric, you're kinda able to make fights last for a decent amount of time. Cleric fight a lot longer? Yeah. Especially for someone like me, right? Who, like, my gear isn't the best. I have like I have high ping, so obviously I have to be a lot more deliberate and careful with my PvP encounters, right? So by default, I'm kind of making the fights last longer, right? So yeah, it would matter, right? I mean, I've been eyeing the attack speed Theostone and the root Theostone as well. I've definitely been looking at it. Yeah. Because against quote-unquote high-end players, my paralysis really doesn't proc at all. But then again, like my Theostones don't really proc at all to begin with. Like in general, right? So I don't think that would really fix it. But yeah, maybe I'll try it out. Because I'm gonna have to change my Theostones on my god, right? Because I'm upgrading my Dickinus god to Centurion next week. So I'm gonna lose my Theostone, which means I might try out something different for a little bit. Oh my god, dude. Please move. Bro, move. This guy can't be fucking serious. Alright, there we go. Dickinus mentioned. Just using power plus stun. I mean, that's... If you run impact type on your guard, you want to run stun. Because impact type... Because stun is affected by both impact type and status effect, right? So the stun Theostone is theoretically like the Theostone that has the potential to proc the most right now. By far. What is the difference between stun and paralysis? It's the same effect, but stun is shorter. But as I said, stun can proc more if you have impact tap on the guard. It's just gonna like increase your proc rate quite significantly. Which is why, like, if you do PvP, you might have noticed that the Theostone you see proc on you the most since the change is the stun one. By far. Because most people do run impact type on their guard and status effect chance. So by definition, the stun Theostone procs more. Never noticed. I get one shot. Well, I guess as a cleric, perhaps I have a bit more of an avenue to notice, I suppose. But yeah, like, and that is one thing I've been thinking about, right? Like, replacing my my Seal Theostone by stun and then running impact type as a Philostone stat on my guard. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know. Like, running a whole ass fucking stat on your guard just for the stun Theostone, I'm not sure. But hey, maybe, right? Maybe I should consider it. I guess I will check out the like root and attack speed Theostones for a bit, see how they perform, and then if they turn out to be disappointing, maybe I'll try to roll status effect chance and roll with stun and see if it actually procs quite often. I mean, I would expect it would, right? Although it's always gonna proc less than Gladiator and Templar because of the passive, right? Inherently. Doesn't has impact hit? Yeah, you mean the passive, right? I mean, the thing with Assassin is, fighting Assassin is just a bit weird. Because when you're fighting an Assassin, the fight is over, like, really quickly, right? Because either the Assassin one-taps you, or you escape the beginning of the fight, and then you just kind of, like, the Assassin just kind of crumbles, right? Whereas with fights like, on Gladiator, for example, Gladiator obviously is more tanky than one, has life leech, has the invuln, so by definition the fight lasts longer, so you see Theostone proc more. And then on the flip side of that, you have Templar, that obviously it takes about 5 business days to kill a Templar, number one. How many more do I have? Okay, I'm done. I'm done. But yeah, number one, it takes 5 business days to kill a Templar, and because they put you in a cutscene for 80% of the fight, they just get to hit you more, right? So you just get procced more. So that these are the two that you mostly notice it on, right? Because Glad Temp have impact hit. Yeah. But I mean, I just mean these are the classes where you notice it the most, right? I'm being pedantic. Well, I'm being earnest, and you're gonna have to deal with that. Okay, so these I can break down. I guess I'm gonna use this though. Probably, maybe, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, these are +5 anyways, so yeah, sure. These I will use as a core stuff though, for sure. I guess I'll take back the key now. Just get it to +5 real quick. I was gonna roll Satisfact Resist on my Philistone for PvP gear, and I'm just rolling more damage. Thought about it, felt like I should just rely on evasion. Yeah, I mean, that's Assassin, right? I think that's fair. Assassin is one of the last classes where you should be relying on evasion. Yeah. We're going evasion, any other defense are waste of resources? Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, because if you go evasion, you have to go evasion and dex on your gear. So you're already using 2 slots, right? So yeah, rolling the fucking status fact resist and endurance and so on and so forth on top of it kinda doesn't feel good. Now with that said, obviously they are adding more and more skills that ignore evasion. So when you roll evasion, you have to deal with the fact that classes that uses these will probably fuck you in the bussy. But yeah, that's the price to pay if you're rolling evasion, right? Alright, so we're done with this character. We are going back on the SM. Most Ranger Assassin have a side effects on gear. I don't know why. I don't think it works. I mean, maybe it's for Theostones, perhaps? Because I would assume that if you don't have any status effect resist, I would assume that when people hit you with stuff that hits through evasion, you're probably getting paralyzed and stuff like that, right? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know because I don't run evasion, but I would assume maybe that might be one of the reasons why. Was there so much rolling the PvP gear when I still PvP'd? I thought we rolled build 3-4 times on my entire set. Yeah, I mean, I think we all did the same to some extent. I did the same, right? I did the same. I rolled block, and then I rolled evasion, and then I rolled fucking dick in my ass. And I finally landed on regen and satisfact resist, and now I'm happy with it. So I'm not moving anymore. That is for sure. I realized was the high evasion player have no accuracy. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right? It just makes sense. Because if you want to fully commit into one, you can't roll the other in your Genius Insight, right? So if you actually want to be a 3k plus evasion gamer, you have to run all of your Genius into evasion. And if you roll all of your Genius into evasion, you have no accuracy. So now you can do a half and half situation where you have like 2.5k evasion and 2.5k accuracy, but then your evasion is just not gonna work, right? Against anything that isn't a shitter. So yeah, if you want to full send, you have to make sacrifices. And to be fair, as it should be, right? As it should fucking be. Like, you shouldn't have the best of every world in any given build, right? But yeah, I mean, anyways, The niche of Assassin right now is literally just Abyss roaming, like open world roaming in general, with evasion, in stealth, and just like you pick a target, you one-shot him, you go back in stealth, and like that's your niche, right? And in that sense, I think Assassin is doing okay right now. Thanks for the follow, lethargic. The next change is going to come full evasion players. I can't evade anymore. They're going to just add plus PvP. Nah. I genuinely think they did not want evasion to be as big as it was in PvP because... And it just kind of got out of hands because people got pets way too fast. But I think they finally course corrected to a point where evasion isn't the place it should be. If it's gonna exist within the game, it's in the place it should be. I have damage numbers turned off, so the screen was just two sins scratching each other. Nice. Pets were not even that bad of a farm. I mean, look. It's lack of foresight. Okay? Lack of foresight. The entire beginning of Season 1 was a big lack of foresight. Bottom line, right? They just fucked up, and they had to course correct a bunch of things, so... And that's why we got to the point we got at, right? But at least evasion is like not fucking stupid anymore, right? Like evasion being a stat that assassin and rangers can use on occasion and then they have to fully commit into it, I'm fine with that. I would rather evasion not exist at all, but if it's gonna exist, that is the correct way for it to exist to me. Oh, the original pet stats was double now? Yep, it was. It was. And that was part of the problem, right? Because obviously double the stats means double the scaling with dex and so on and so forth, right? So people were hitting like fucking stupid numbers while not really sacrificing anything else, right? Yeah. But hey, just be happy that we won't have to go through this whole ordeal on Global again. Now that they figure it out. We're kind of fucking the boss up, I'm gonna be honest. I got. Oh well. Oh. The movement speed on this character is yeah. Alright. Yeah, I mean, we have a 2.7k ranger, so I suppose that helps. Handbook says the game is gonna hit the exact same life cycle. I don't think so. I mean, at the bare minimum, all of the QL changes we've had up until now is gonna be applied. Now, we might go through the same season and stuff, but at least we will have the latest QL and balance. And even if we have season 1, they're just gonna do season 1 the same way they're handling season 2 right now, by just gradually releasing shit. Which is the way it makes sense. You would think, I mean, it's not I would think, it's exactly what they've done with Throne, and it's exactly what they've done with the Iron Classic. So there's no reason for them to just not follow suit again. If we get 30 Marcheton per week, I think our board are max when next season hits. That's... how many weeks do we have? 4 weeks? We have 4 weeks left, right? We basically have a month left, right? Maybe a bit more than that. I guess yeah. Yeah, I think a bit more. They're gonna add more balls, will they? I mean, I think if anything, they're just gonna add more sources of Marcheton. But I think Marcheton is just gonna be a staple of Transcendence. Like, if they add another Transcendent, it's gonna have Marcheton as well, right? A really smart decision, but legit, there was no reason for them to do that with Iron Classic or TNL. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I genuinely... Okay. I'm gonna be honest, if you genuinely think they're going to release the game in the exact same state with no QOL and no balance when it comes to the West, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're just wrong. That it's not gonna happen. You genuinely think they're gonna release the game with the fucked up grabs, insane Theostones, Abyss sieges with no fixed times, the worst UI, etc., etc. No, that's not gonna happen. Like that's not gonna happen. I can tell you, and look, I will bet money on this. I will bet money that the most likely thing that's gonna happen is we're gonna go through the usual seasons, but we're gonna have the latest QOL, the latest balance from Korea and Taiwan, and we're gonna have an accelerated schedule, like 1 month long season instead of 2 months. And they're gonna keep basically up, they're basically gonna keep us up to date with the KR QOL on the current patch. Like, that's how they're gonna do it. I can guarantee you that's how they're gonna do it, because that's the way it makes sense, and that's the way they've been doing it as of late. So yeah, and they're probably gonna take the season 2 approach with season 1, with the gradual release with of content. So, you know, like Ludra won't be available until like a month in, stuff like that. Well, maybe a bit shorter, because the season would be shorter. So like maybe 3 weeks or something. 1 month season would be awful. It's already hard enough to keep geared. I mean, if they do 1 month long season, we will have accelerated schedule, which means the rest of the content is going to basically give us shit twice as fast, right? And also probably, we're probably gonna have like events and stuff like that to help us. That's if they do an accelerated schedule, which I think they will. Because at the end of the day, as a dev, you don't want to keep 2 versions of the game. You don't want to keep 2 different versions of the same game for too long. So they're gonna want us to catch up to Korea eventually, and the only way to do that is by giving us faster patches, right? So yeah. Now, that's if they do accelerated schedule. The other option is that they just straight up release the game on the same patch as Korea and Taiwan. That is possible. That is possible. Because that's what they did with Iron 1, right? So who knows? Who knows? I still think we're gonna get accelerated schedule though. I think that's just the modern way to do it, I guess. If they give us twice dungeon loot, we get 2 times stairs and chain loot, and we have to have the time. I mean, that's, you know. At the end of the day, that is going to be for them to figure out, and it's also going to depend exactly on what economic model they want to go for when it comes to global, right? But either way, regardless of how they do it, I can guarantee you that we will have the latest build when it comes to QOL and balance, regardless of how they do it. I'll take a crafting mat, sure. What are you gonna nerf Horn Dragon gear in PvP though? Like, can they do it now? It's not hard. I mean, I guess I suppose the better question is, are the Korean players complaining about it right now? Like, is this something that is currently on like foreign boards and that people are actively asking about? Because if not, the answer is never. Well, not until it reaches global and global bitches about it, I guess. At the bare minimum. Perimeters are hella whales. Yeah, see, that's the problem. And that is the exact reason why I keep saying, obviously the game is going to be changing a fuck ton by the time it reaches global, right? But you do also have to realize that when the game reaches global, that's gonna be the beginning. There's gonna be many more changes done to the game based on global feedback. You can absolutely be certain of that. There's gonna be a fuck ton of stuff that the Koreans will have completely missed. You know what I mean? Imagine we can get whole weapon garden legs. I mean, the biggest equalizer is going to be when we're going to be able to get high commander gear. But the problem is that that's going to take a long time, whereas Horned Dragon is immediate. Like, that is the main problem. Like, look, at the end of the day, guys, okay, at the end of the day, the main problem is that orange gear is in the game. That's the problem. Because if crafted was only gold gear, we would not be having this discussion. We wouldn't. It would not be nearly as much of a problem. The problem is that orange gear is in the game and it's quote-unquote easily accessible, whereas high commander gear might as well not be in the game. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. Like the problem is that people can just buy the Horned gear on the auction house, whereas there's no reliable way to get platinum medals to buy high commander gear. And on top of that, with the seasonal capped AP, you can't farm enough AP to buy high commander. So the fact of the matter is, orange crafted gear should have never come out. That's the bottom line. It's not needed for anything, and it breaks the balance because it's the highest of highest tiers of gear available in the game for no good reason. The issue is that people who had Horn for a long time are giving everyone medals. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's another problem, right? Like the whole medal reward structure thing, obviously is a problem. Like it shouldn't be individual based, it should be class based, right? And then the fact that a lot of people got early medals from having PvE gear really early on, and then now there's even a further gap on platinum medals from people who are gambling gold medals just to focus high commander, and the weekly purchasable medals that cost 1 million AP that absolutely no one in their right mind would go for, except for like someone who's already done with the game, right? So yeah. I mean, medals should just have been fucking dailies. Just like Iron 1. It should have been dailies and weeklies. Big Swell on server has 3 pieces of high commander already. Yeah. I mean, those people are very front-loaded with the platinum stuff, right? Like, most of these people got enough platinum medals to buy multiple pieces really early on, because they were farming bosses when nobody was able to farm them with crafted gear. And you can believe me when I say that there's probably a decent amount of people in the game right now that have a lot of platinum medals but are gated by AP. So I was having my Horn weapon, saving all the bound mats, going home. Well, I wish you the best. I wish you the best. I sincerely hope that you won't break your craft, because that's the reason why I'm not doing it. You know what? The day you're ready to do it, let me know, and I will live stream your attempt. This way everyone will be able to witness it. I was almost halfway through saving mats, but I am quitting and giving them away. And giving them away is crazy though. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest. If you're gonna be quitting the game, you sell that shit and then you RMT, bro. Make some bank, you know? Get your sub money back. Or like, maybe sell a character or something. Like, either or, but yeah, at least do something. What server are you on? Exclamation mark server. I'm on Nimon Asmo on Taiwan. Once I break it... Yeah. I mean, that's the risk, right? Breaking is always going to be the risk with those, which is the reason why I just don't want to do it. Yeah. Okay, you need to verify identity in IKEA bank. On sites with traffic, yeah, I guess. I mean, account sharing seems to be very common in Korea though. So I don't know how they do it, but because account sharing is so common, I would expect like account selling to also be common, right? But yeah. Movement speed. I will take that. I'm Nimon too. Oh, there you go. You must be having a good time right now with the current Ethos matching, that's for sure. Some streamer was browsing KR account prices. Yeah. I mean, there's one Korean streamer that I've been watching since Iron 1, right? And this guy very commonly either buys account or gets... Basically, viewers of his give him accounts to play on stream for fun. Right, like on Iron 1, he would have like people give him like governor accounts to like X-form and have fun, just for content, right? Buy account, Horn Dragon, Weapon Guard plus full genius for 3k in Korean currency. Damn, that's kind of crazy actually. The chubby dude with the funny voice. You know what's fucked? That could fit at least 3 different Korean streamers that I know. But no, the one that I refer on doesn't have a webcam. It's a Tanker King. This guy has been streaming Iron 1 for like fucking 15 years. Hard to find the opposite faction these days. I mean, if you're on Nimon, because we got fucked in the ass by Ustill for 2 weeks, we got matched against a free server. Like, we got matched against a full PvE server, so yeah. It's gonna be very chill until the next swap, for sure. The dude I watched straight up reloaded money into an RMT site on stream. Yeah, I'm not that surprised. Although, given Korea seems to be a lot more anal about those things, like, that's a bit bold. It's definitely on the bold side of things. Triple SM, I guess. He only hits him while claiming money from the auction house. Ah, I see. Yeah, but I mean, still, that's pretty dumb. Do we know anything about the update yet? Yeah, we know a couple of things. Although, I'll be making the patch note video right after the server comes up. So, be on the lookout for that. But, I mean, it's mostly like a couple of class changes. There's gonna be a few things, like we're gonna be able to leave weapons as visible now. People have been asking for that for a while. Damn, really? What a dickhead. I can pull up like the full notes, but it wasn't much. Yeah. Potential system. Okay, so on the main changes, the Abyss is always going to be available if you're 1 star and above. So, you know how there's a play limit on the Abyss right now? Well, if you're 1 star and above, you are unaffected by the play limit. They're gonna add the dungeon gear enhancement system, which you're gonna be able to use dungeon gear of the same tier to buff them to give them PvE damage and PvE tolerance up to about half the value of crafted gear, which is nice. There's a couple of changes, like that buffing block, which I don't think is going to do anything. Because if evasion is already hard to run now, like block is never going to be valuable. A couple of class buffs. They're adding wings to the presets, which is nice. They are reducing the cost of the silver metal morph, and they're going to refund people who have morphed them in the past. Which means I'm gonna be a millionaire. Because I have probably spent over 100 million kina on this. So look forward to that. They're adding commons like /invite and stuff like that. And yeah, otherwise it's like minor stuff, and then like update preview for like future updates. Yeah. Advertising RMT, that's pretty funny. Although I think I've seen that, like I've seen like G2G banners and stuff like that, yeah. What are they refunding? They're refunding the silver metal craft, you know, the fragment craft? They're refunding that. They are making the craft 1/3 of the price. It's gonna be 30k. It's gonna be 30k, and they're gonna refund the extra. So yeah. For me, who literally crafted like hundreds and hundreds of metals, like I'm literally gonna get like 100 mil. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Did my Wi-Fi cap again? I'm 180 ms now. Welcome. Last time played. Now it's like group commands, and also we're gonna be able to like link group invites into the chat, just like in 901. Disgusting. I mean, obviously 180 ping only means as much as the number, right? Like there's also other variants. Like if your ping is unstable, then obviously it's gonna be worse. So yeah, do keep that in mind. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, like on the class buff side of things, Elementalist is getting its dick sucked once again. Chenta is getting a damage buff because God knows why. And then there's a few like a couple of minor changes to like Sork and other classes. Let's see how far it drops. Yeah, keep us posted. Yeah, for sure. For real. Alright, I'm in as a Cleric too. I'm gonna get out of time. But I'll read after that. Because I have to go back up on my chat, XD. Oh, these guys got it. Just one threat or something that benefits the party? I mean, I can agree with that, yeah. I don't know why Gladiator doesn't have a taunt. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like a straight up like taunt, just like Templar for PvE. Need a PC UI and extract quick bar. Hell yeah, brother. I mean, look, man. Last stream they said PC UI is coming very soon, and we are getting a major patch on the 11th. So look, I'm not a psychic or anything, but my cope is that it's coming on the 11th. But we'll see. She's got out. I don't face that. She doesn't know what Cleric still to focus bump on. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, I haven't read everything you said, right? I will in just a second, but you could direct her to the the Cleric roundtable I did a few days ago. Like we discussed most things, like most build and everything, so that would be a good place to start. Although I will probably eventually make a full-on Cleric guide at some point. It's just that it's hard for me to do a guide like this in a state of the game where they are pretty implicitly saying that shit is gonna change a lot soon. Like I don't really want to make a guide for something that's gonna change so much so soon, right? Alright, let me catch up on chat a little bit. My dodge takes forever to start dodging. Yeah, welcome, dude. Welcome to our world. So, I forgot that you're main cleric too. I have a huge issue. One of my close friends, she plays a cleric, and my group are decently geared. A lot of time, she wasn't able to get enough contribution for the box. I mean, on some content that's kind of unavoidable depending on the gear gap, right? Like, if you kill the boss too fast and she has literally Z gear, then that can be problematic, but otherwise, it might be a rotation and like, and build issue, right? Yeah. Either the group is Blessing 12, should not have a good damage uptime. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's basically what I said, right? Can I share a link to the Korean streamer I was talking about? He sounds like Krusty the Clown. Yeah, sure, go ahead. But I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Isn't it the guy who... Isn't it the Soak guy who soloed the last 5% of Ludra on the world first kill? I think it's this guy, right? Let me have a look. Or it might be a different guy.
This is a good equipped Hong. When we go to Nakaira,
oh, well.
he's the one who invited me.
I'm getting the automatic thing. Hold on. So you said he sounds like Krusty the Clown.
치타 이거 장비 좋은 형인데 우리.
Damn, you're kind of right.
카이라 갈 때 맨날 초대하는 형인데.
No, you're right though. He kind of does. Yeah, I see the vision. I see the vision. Damn, he kind of plays like shit. Dude, he plays like god. Okay, I'm stopping this. He plays like garbage. This guy has so much gear. He's just standing there. That's him playing on Friends Cleric. Okay. I'll give him a pass then. He plays Gladiator as a main. I see. Well, that's where the neurologic problem comes in, I suppose. But yeah, like for your cleric friend, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like there's no secret. It's just gonna be the PvE damage boost, and then it's gonna be the attack. It's gonna be Earth Grace. It's gonna be whatchamacallit, Light of Protection. Like there's a lot of low-hanging fruits, right? But I think you probably know about all of these. But otherwise, you can just send the cleric roundtable where we discussed a bunch of stuff. Obviously, not everything is gonna be valuable information in there. Like there's gonna be a lot of yapping, but you know, it is a start, I guess. Or better yet, you can just have them go on my Discord, and then I can answer any question they may have. Also, it'd be nice if I got a little bit of gear. That's the whole reason why I'm doing background. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Also, like there's a couple of stuff, right? Like depending on how early into her progression she is. Missing stuff like this guy's 4K. What the? Missing stuff like the Zikil statue is gonna be like a huge DPS loss, right? Like not having the notable nodes on the Ariel board. Like it's a bunch of stuff, right? And then other than that, it's gonna be just pressing buttons during fights, right? Definitely slow DPS a little bit more damage. Yeah, exactly. Like if she's having a lot of case scenarios where she doesn't have enough contribution to open cubes, like Just let it cook for like the first 10-15 seconds of the fight, and that's gonna be enough. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you need 3% of the total boss health as minimum contribution to be able to open the cube. So something like that. Zika statue has 3.2k. Wait, what? Oh right, we have a 3.9k guy. XD. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold these. 3.2k or 3.6. I mean, 3.2 to 3.6. Even if she has like baseline, she should not have any issues getting the minimum contribution. So it might be a DPS rotation stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Cleric is not very complicated. Like the rotation is literally you prioritize putting down your dots. So Chain of Torment, it's a priority system. The Chain of Torment, Debilitated Mark, and then when these are up, you Earth Punishment, you drop your Divine Aura, and then you weave right click and Condemnation, and if Condemnation doesn't proc, you bolt. Rinse, repeat. You just keep doing that, right? Raiden, enough. Enough. Let's not get started on that again. We have kill Plessy and Stigmas. I think she has a clue. I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. The correct command is !build Baron. Although it's a Shugo.gg link, right? So because of that, it's probably gonna be on my PvE gear. So yeah, if you're looking for my PvP gear, then yeah. I mean, I can just show you later, I guess. But it's fine when people talk shit to me. Yes, it is. It's called double standards. Life isn't fair. Deal with it. Oh, this guy is gone. I thought the healers were for opening Kibalisk. It's true! You have the spell incorrectly? Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Alright, I have access to Fire Temple. Sakura, do you have a hidden ult to carry this character through Fire Temple? Any update on the Western server? ETA? September. We don't have exact dates, but that's kind of the expected time. My Twitch hangout is probably older than more than one person in chat. I don't know, man. Okay, my account was made back during the Justin TV days. I don't know if you can compete with that, you know? I don't know if you've got the heat. Every time you shitpost on the internet, Namyu nerves glad. Exactly. Alright, so how am I doing on energy? I'm doing alright. I do have a bit of blue energy, but you know. Now that I can get carried in Fire Temple, I think I'm gonna do as much. Alright, so just put these in. Okay, so the SM is okay, the Templar is okay, the Chenta is okay. Let me check the Assassin. I think the Assassin has barely anything, right? I should be good. I made my Twitch account in 2012. Yeah, that's... I made it around that time as well. I made it to talk into the RSC chat when watching Twilight Princess speedruns. I'm really curious what they're going to change with the Ranger Assassin dispatch. Evasion nerf was huge. I think these classes are not really getting any changes with this patch, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, 225. Yeah, that's fine. So I have 1 hour, bit less than that, until the start of the maintenance. Yeah, I didn't PvE damage boost and resist in dungeon gear, but nothing. It's itemable to entice more people to craft PvE gear. Adding PvE damage boost and resist in dungeon gear, but nothing item level. Why did you see that they're nothing the item level? I didn't see that anywhere. So I'm gonna need confirmation on this one. Because they are making it so you can use dungeon gear of the same tier to give PvE stats, and it's gonna be up to like about half the percentage of crafted gear. But I didn't see anywhere any mention of the reducing of the item level. 5 characters, I can't even play 2. Yeah, dude, I'm cooked. No old classes changes. Yeah, there's probably gonna be minor changes, right? Templar didn't get any buff for weeks. I mean, to be fair, Templar doesn't really need buffs. Like, Templar is like really strong right now, both in PvE and PvP. Like, Templar fucks. It fucks hard. But like, I mean, if you have a source for that PvP enjoyer, then I'd like to see that, because I have two sources for translation, and none of them mention it. Like, basically, all it mentions is that you can turn you can turn dungeon gear into a stone that you can then use to enhance dungeon gear of the same tier up to 4 times to reach about half the percentage of crafted gear. And like, that's everything. That's all of the information I have for that. So yeah, I mean, either way, we'll see soon enough, right? The patch notes is quite literally going to drop in 1 hour, so I guess we don't have to argue too much about it. But you know, it's... I want to... Let's see if we can do Sanctuary right before the maintenance starts. Let's see. Seeing other class get buffed now we needed to? Nah, bro, Templar is big chilling. Just be happy that you're not getting nerfed. How is 500k? Yeah, so that's about, I guess, yeah, 30%. That's within expectation, I guess. Can you get damage boost? No, it's only equivalent. So it's gonna be tolerance on the armor and damage boost on accessories and weapons. It's gonna be the same. But it's gonna be half the value of crafted. Are we doing a live raiding? No. The maintenance is gonna be only 3 hours long. I mean, 3.5. So it's basically gonna end around like midnight, 1 AM for me. So I'm gonna stick it through, and then I'm gonna make the video as soon as the server goes up. So I guess look forward to the video like maybe an hour, hour and a half after the servers goes up. Probably, yeah. Unstable? Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Stability is very, very important. Just his damage boost? Yeah, he didn't mean the... He doesn't mean the soulbind. He means the, like the inherit stat, like from, just like the crafted gear, right? Like the PvE stat. Like the chest piece is going to be, PvE damage tolerance up to 1.2%. So yeah, just a bit less than half. Weapon and guard is 2.4%. Accessories is 1.2%. Now the important note is that it's not gonna have to be duplicate gear. So, which means that, let's say if you run Cradle, right? And you have a Bakama weapon, if you get Bakama accessories, you're gonna be able to use the accessories to enhance the weapon. And the enhancement is 100% guaranteed. Chest slider increases damage. Yeah, everyone know that. Actually, the chest slider increases damage tolerance because it adds as cushioning. A little known fact. That's okay if it doesn't cost Kina. Could make face thinking will I steal a little safer? Yeah, I mean, there's two hopes I have in regards to that system, right? Is that number one, it's not gonna have a stupid Kina cost associated with it, and number two, you can do it on Eternal Gear as well. Because if you can do it on Orange Gear, then I'm gonna have a I'm gonna have a pair of gloves already upgraded right after maintenance. What is needed to add PvE percent into my Enriched Chromite Greatsword? It's gonna be items from Den and Fire Temple. Any items. You just need it to be on the same tier. But yeah, although broadly speaking, like you can put PV on damage on that, and like that's fine. But broadly speaking, I would recommend getting a crafted weapon regardless. You kind of owe it to yourself. Like the amount of damage you lose by not having a crafted weapon kind of sucks ass. Bro, why do we have 3 chanters? What the fuck is happening to this group? Or then a fire temple? Yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Alright, attempt number 2. We're gonna try this for a little bit, chat, because that's realistically the only weekly thing I really need to do right now, so bear with me. I can't even open the game anymore. Nice. Excellent. Holy Chanter, yeah. I mean, everyone makes a Chanter ult, and like, these are very clearly ults, you know what I mean? I now feel French. How does it feel? I mean, you know it sucks, because feeling French is not the best part. It's... The best part of being French is having a boulangerie next to you and being able to get some like hot croissant and baguettes and pain au chocolat every morning. That's the real good side of being French. If you're French without those perks, that kind of sucks. You have caught me in a very baguette moment of my life. Yeah, then you're just French. I mean, look, man, if you're a stranded French, you know, like French in a foreign country, you know, look, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I've traveled a decent amount, right? And every time I travel, bro, the bread fucks me up. I'm cooked, man. Like, every country I go into, the bread sucks. And the fact that the bread sucks makes me sad. Every time. Now, they have other nice things, right? I'm not saying they're not, but... The bread, man. I'm a big fan of bread. Well, current condition, I'm willing to bet it's not better than you guys. I mean, it's probably on par, yeah. I mean, at least my ping is stable with the VPN, so yeah. 30% DPS loss? Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah. Big sad for the bread indeed. Mm-hmm. German bread is heaven. Yeah, I haven't gone to Germany yet. I mean, you'll understand that our two countries have had friction in the past, so I haven't been quite incentivized to go to Germany. Although, I have lived in Switzerland for a while, and that was like, you know, some very interesting food culture in Switzerland, and some of Germany was bleeding into it. Yes, we've had our differences, quite. Indeed. My animations literally slow down randomly. Yeah, same. The same happens to me on very specific skills, though. I don't know if it's a bug. Like specifically, my debilitating mark randomly drops to like negative attack speed. I don't know why. I don't know. What does this mean in Chinese? Yo, Sakura. What countries have you been to? I haven't moved too far outside of the EU side of things, but I did a good chunk of my school life in Switzerland, like split between France and Switzerland, and I've been to Belgium, I've been to England, I've been to France, Switzerland, obviously, I've been to Spain, I've been to Portugal. Yeah. One boss. Oh, okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't know why these guys don't want more than 2 chances. Like, brother, the server is closing in 1 hour. You don't get to choose. You know? I mean, this is the one that kicked me, right? Maybe not. Did you complete the Seal Dungeons on all 5 characters? Not fully, but almost. Yeah. It means no French people. Ah, I see. Understandable. 1, 2, 4 times. Yeah, I'll play. I mean, they already have 2 chances though. Yeah, I'll join this guy. Hopefully this one doesn't break. Chat, let's all go to Korea and get a hotspot with Soju Internet Cafe afterwards. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Actually, I don't want to hear foreigners say they had 70%. I mean, it's not 70%, right? Like I've been saying, it sits somewhere between 30 and 50%. It depends on the class, it depends on the severity of the ping, right? But it's something along those lines. And also, you do have to keep in mind, it's not just about the raw DPS. It's about the playstyle difference as well, because with hyping, you have to be more careful around a few things. So you do lose DPS because you have to be more careful when engaging in certain mechanics, right? Okay, everyone is ready. Just press the button, brother. Just do it. We have a good comp. Just do it. Yeah, I mean, ping spikes obviously are a bit different, right? No, he kicked someone. Oh, it's a DPS though. We should be able to find that quite easily. Alright. Can we get Sanctuary mini-boss clears right before the server closes? That is the question of the day. Skill queue, it's fucking up a lot. Yeah, the skill queue with hyping kind of sucks. Also, like, with the way the skill queue system works in this game, where... Oh. The way the skill queue works in this game, where... how to put it? It very aggressively remembers when you press the skill last, right? I don't know if you see what I mean. But with hyping, it can be a bit problematic at times. Because like sometimes it keeps queuing stuff because of the delay, and then you can't dodge roll because of it, like stuff like that, right? It's queuing forever. I can't cast on click. Yes, exactly. That's one of the big problems, right? And like that's why sometimes like there's a very obvious AoE and like I'm very clearly trying to dodge, to perfect dodge, but then my character just keeps fucking spamming Judgment Thunder. Like sometimes the queuing just gets really aggressive with the hyping. We'll be able to use macros like in running. Yeah, also like macros just straight up don't work at 200 ping. That is another thing, right? What am I on? I'm on 1, alright. Macro works for me, I just can't wait for high ping. I don't know, I mean, I've tried everything, the macros, like, they just... I mean, I guess it's probably because I have variable ping as well, but it just, like, keeps skipping steps, it just doesn't work properly. I mean, not that I really want to use it anyways, because left click on Cleric right now kinda sucks. But yeah, it just doesn't read properly for me, so I'm just going full manual, like, fuck it. Breakdown for that with looping, with hyping. Looping is, yeah. I'm gonna keep my buff for the boss. Yeah. Yeah, hard goal kind of feels like ass when you're spamming at hyping. Because I did have a hard goal 16 for a while on my assassin, and it kind of didn't work well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the DPS it's terrible, but it's not all bad, I guess. Alright, let's see if these guys can do this. Nice. Gaming. I mean, the likely scenario is we're gonna clear this really fast, and then we're gonna wait for the second group until the maintenance starts. Like, I think that's a bit of a given. Oh my god. Just jump. Yeah. Come on, guys. Why don't you just jump? Most of the Chinese players that are with jumping don't have fingers or keyboards. Yeah. I mean, not beating the allegations, that's for sure. I mean, look, at the end of the day, man, I should not be beating capped gear people in arena with the gear and the ping I have. That's the fact that I'm even remotely able to do it, and like, I know Cleric is doing well in 1v1 right now, but come on. Like, when you see the way some of these people are playing, it's like, it's actually asinine. Like, it's a genuine, like, it's genuinely nothing short of, like, a mystery to me. How they managed to do that, right? Yeah, I waited too long. Well, I can get res at least. I'm not the cleric. I don't have responsibilities. Like, the thing is, I'm used to doing it on my cleric with movement speed, right? This character does not have movement speed. I need to move 1 second earlier. Yeah, alright, stop moving, brother. But I'm against cleric because I don't have a chance anyways. Well, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're always one Theostone proc away, you know? I mean, depending on the cleric's gear, I guess. If the guy is capped gear, then, you know, that's... It is what it is, right? Okay. That transfer was really close. Yeah, we good. Oh yeah, right. I forgot these drop afterwards, man. Haven't had that low DPS in a very long time on this boss. Can this boss move now? Alright, well. Alright, well. I'll just do this. Yeah, start moving now. Oh god, well, I'm sorry. I'm not used to this movement speed. I think I'm just gonna do the strat where I just go from the back. That's probably for the best. But yeah, like, I don't know if you're able to run a dungeon, Sakura. Like, see how it feels on the dungeon as well, because dummy DPS is one thing, boss DPS is another thing, you know what I mean? Like, very much is. Holy moly, is this guy almost got one shot by that. Alright, good stagger. Oh, they actually killed it. Wow. Look at that. Oh, yep. I was spamming my recoup, it didn't go off. Well, that puddle placement is quite unfortunate. Hopefully that's not gonna fuck them up. Do I accept the raise now? I mean, I guess I do, right? Yeah, just so they have the damage tolerance, honestly. Yeah, just play it safe. Can you guys, approach a little bit? I mean, I guess we can't even do that, honestly. Yeah, this is not good. Like, we straight up cannot fucking approach. Oh boy. Really? Yeah, no. This guy said damage is too low and left. Well, not my best performance either, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't done one on this character, like, at all. I've only been doing two. So, I got kinda caught by surprise by the movement speed stuff. I mean, we do still have like an hour though, so... maybe we can find another group to terrorize. This guy's 2.7. Yeah. But these guys want to do 4 runs, but either way... 3 chances. I only saw 1 when I joined. Well, I mean, if they wanna go, we can go. This stupid foreigner is costing me. Hey, they don't know. I have a Chinese name. They are none the wisest. What is the highest gear score you've seen in game? I think 4.8. Or something like that. I can't remember. It was something like that, yeah. It was one of the Korean Jesus. You know the ones. The people with very deep pockets. 2.7k flat cleric. Ooh. Alright. Well, this guy's gonna take a lot of damage, but we do have a Templar though, so at least we'll have more tolerance for this. I appreciate the fact that this cleric is taking aggro on all of the ads and is just running around the arena. That's pretty funny. Look at him go, dude. I mean, he's gaming. Like, he's got this, you know? He's doing everyone a service. I'm gonna keep my buff, yeah. Yeah, you're doing it with your shitty 2.2k Glad, right? I mean, I guess you do have like level 20 overhead at least. So. Alright. $50 minutes for 3 runs. Let's not fuck it up this time. Just play it safe. It's not that my DPS holds any relevance anyways. If we're gonna be like honest for a second. Do I have battle scrolls? I guess I do. Yeah. Well. Sakurai does do some PvP, yeah. Although, as far as I understand, he's not like full PvP gear. Like he's partially using PvP gear, just one-shotting people. Yeah, I mean DPS is about the same as the last group, but I don't think that's much of a problem. Pretty good. Just stay stacked, boys, no matter what happens. Yeah. Excellent. Actually, he's about to phase. Don't body block me. That is a good stagger. I'll just stay inside. Like the way Templar plays. I think everyone likes Templar because of... I mean, Templar is pretty fun, but I will say that I think everyone likes Templar in PvP because Templar literally doesn't play the enemy play. Like, you don't let the enemy play as a Templar. And then you don't have to worry about distance because you can just keep pulling or gap closing to people, right? Like, yeah. Templar is just very convenient, you know what I mean? Very convenient class, for sure. Yeah, just in case. Only body blocking Batman. Oh, the Soak died. At least it's not the Cleric. IPM class, but since too hard to play in large scale like this arena. Yeah. I mean, large scale assassin was never going to be great, right? Like, you kind of had the same problem in 9-1 where the class just isn't made for that. Although, I guess in 9-1 you did have the advantage to being able to just, like, you know, roam around, get stragglers, execute high ranks, and have your fun like that, right? Whereas in this game, the ZVZ is just like so short and so like focused that you can't really do that, right? You can perfect dodge that, right? Yeah, alright. Yeah, just stay in that circle, because, you know, let's not have a dumb wipe to something stupid. There we go. He's gonna jump. Yeah, I mean the tank attack doesn't do that much damage, I guess. Okay, nice. Alright. Stay with me, brother. Alright, he got the soul cups. This is like week 1 vibes, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this group is really low eye level and low gear. There we go. Just go deeper, it's easier. That was not a good dodge. Jesus Christ, the fucking tick of this thing. Also, so I haven't really been following the chat interaction, sorry. I'm just kind of letting you guys have your little conversation, because this shit is taking forever and I don't want to fuck it up. Alright, hope you understand. I'm a little pressed for time right now. Alright, we did it. Yippee! They haven't cleared it yet, right? Alright, now we wait 50 minutes for the other group to kill the boss. Pay attention to our streamer! So hard, yeah. Yeah. This guy types so hard in chat. I agree, bro. Like this is what we're using, right? Yeah. Alright, let me catch up on the chat a bit, but I'm assuming it's just like assassin talks. I mean, I wouldn't say assassin is useless in arena. It's just that some classes are like very fucking oppressive in arena. Yeah. Like Templar, literally Templar in arena, I think realistically, right, probably only Cleric and Soak has a chance against Templar in arena, right? Like, at least that's the way it feels. Something just feels off with status chance on Templar. I get CC'd a lot. Yeah, no, 100%. So there's definitely something fishy with Templar stuns. Like, they don't give a shit about your Defiance buff and stuff. It's crazy. Like, at this point, again, when I play against Templar, I'm literally just holding my Defiance fucking forever to use it at the last second right before I die to then chain through a bunch of like defensives to just like get through it, right? I'm not even really using Defiance as a buff. It's just a get out of jail, basically. It's really hard to beat equally geared Chantas, Glad, Templars, Cleric, and Rages. I mean, you just listed every class in the game. So, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like that's rough, buddy. I don't know. I do feel like Ranger. I mean, I don't know. I could be biased, right? But Ranger feels like a very binary like matchup. It's just damage, right? And then they fall over and die to basically anything. Like there's no surprise tricks. The only thing is the knockbacks, right? It's the random knockbacks. $1.8K. I don't know what's like up there. I mean, honestly, Sakura, in the current state of the season, like anything above 1.7K is kind of all the same. Like the next threshold where it actually changes is like 2K, 2.1K, and it's mostly like small stuff. It's like people using better scrolls and having lower ping and maybe having like slightly better arcanas or pets. But above 1.7, it's literally just only capped gear people. That's the only thing you have in arena. So yeah, it's just not so much gear or build difference, it's just like better players, I guess. And they start hitting around 2k. If I misplay my status chance for Ranger, I'm cooked. Yeah, I mean, that's the case for a lot of classes. Like, that's the case for me against, at least with my current gear level, against Gladiator, Templar, Chanter, like, yeah. Have to perfect dodge as many CCs as possible, and then have to basically rotate correctly between Defiance, Invuln, and Impact type Skull when Defiance is down. Ranger allowed to have RNG knockbacks. Yeah, the RNG knockbacks need to go, man. Like, Ranger in general just needs a fucking rework. The class is, it's so fucking trash, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, some ideas I do like the way they handled the traps isn't the worst, I guess, but the way the class functions right now just feels bad. Again, it should be just more utility more so than damage. Like, but I guess it also has a lot to do with the fact that kiting just isn't a thing in this game because of the combat movement speed. So you can't really rely on like snares and roots and like distance and so on and so forth. So they could only just give them damage, but it feels bad. It just feels bad. Only 1700 this season. I stopped playing Arena. Yeah, I mean, past 1700, you're basically only fighting capped gear players, so it's really easy to be stuck and struggle. They play so patiently with traps, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing that's nice about Cleric, actually. You guys, do you guys know? I mean, if you've watched me do arenas against Rangers, you know, but something that you can do as Clerics against Ranger is when they put down a trap, you can drop your Divine Aura in range of the trap, and the Divine Aura will eat the trap for you. So, just an extra reason why Divine Aura is really, really good. Pretty hard against Rangers is knockback. Yeah. The knockback just fucking eats your skills, and the thing is, the closest you are from the Ranger, the worse the knockbacks are, right? So yeah, it's rough. It's definitely rough. On a arena with doors, just stay in the room, yeah. And like on the pillar one, you just like run around the pillar. In Season 1, Ranger was a nightmare in Arena because of how effectively it would apply Theostone. Yeah, I mean, up until the very recent Theostone nerf, with the status effect resist impacting Theostones, Ranger was a nightmare. Because they would just para-Theostone you on the first hit. Right? But now they don't have that trick anymore. Now, they still do to some extent, alright? Like, Ranger is probably the class that procs the most amount of Theostones still. But now at least it's manageable. How do you just gloss over my wonderful comment about Gladiator and Ethertech? I think the last thing this game needs is more RNG in the PvP. Like, we already are dealing with a lot here. We don't need Theostone 2 Electric Boogaloo, you know what I mean? Like, if anything, I just want them to remove the random knockbacks from Ranger. Any nerf for Glad? We haven't heard of any changes for Glad yet. So hold on for the patch note in 30 minutes. I feel like an assassin shouldn't care about honor. Just ambush and do sinister shit. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, the assassins that have made me struggle the most in arenas have been the assassins that, like... well, obviously the one that one-shot you, XDD3, but... assassins that fish your Defiance and then just spam evasion stance until your Defiance buff is down and then they just stun you again. Like, these ones are pretty obnoxious to deal with. I'm telling you, every time they change something fundamental to the game. I mean, no, look, man, you don't know. This guy could be asking as a Gladiator player to see if there has been any changes. You know, don't be like that. You never know. Don't like assume guilty until proven innocent. Alright, chat. This is boring as dicks. Let's open some chests. 2 chests. Do we get the bracelet? No. Well, at least we got 2 horns. If anything, we got 2 horns out of this. You know? 500k, I'll take that. Hopefully it sells before the maintenance, because God knows it's gonna go down in price after the maintenance. I will assume guilty. That's an American way. True. Shoot first, ask questions later. I did play Gladiator in Iron 1 for 15 years. I am mentally ill. That's true. Yeah. that it just comes with the class in Iron 1, you know? It just a little bit of mental illness, and also also the fact that you absolutely have to riz up clerics in the game, you know? Always. It just comes with the class. And these guys are dying as fuck. Yeah, people are leaving. Yeah. People hated getting one-shots from stealth. I mean, that's still happening to some extent, to be fair. Ilbis and my beautiful ping. Good luck, brother. 7 damage was Trinil's pulling skill on cooldown. Yeah, dude. 100%. Yeah. The Trinil's cooldown thing, and the funny thing is, right, most assassins don't even realize how insane the Trinil cooldown thing is. They're just like, no, the damage is the good part. No, brother, the cooldown thing is the good part. Holy shit. Yeah, just put all my cooldowns in cooldown for 20 seconds. Why don't you? Like, just fuck me sideways and call me daddy, you know? Like, just go ahead. Alright, anyways, guys. I'm gonna be done for the day. I'm gonna take a quick food break before the maintenance starts, and then I'm gonna do prep work for the patch note video. So I will be trying to upload the patch note video right after the maintenance is over, to cover anything new and any data mining. So yeah, thanks for watching today. Thanks for the follows, thanks for the resubs, and if you haven't followed the channel yet on both Twitch and YouTube, make sure to do so to catch me when I'm streaming. And tomorrow I'm gonna be out of town for most of the day, so and thank you for the follow, Freitler. I'm gonna be out for most of the day tomorrow, so unfortunately, because you know I have to do stuff, as you know. I will be here for a late NA time stream, however, so look forward to that. And yeah, I'll be catching you then. Let me see if there's anybody who can host, although the game is going in maintenance, right? So, you know what? Unk is playing Resident Evil right now. Unk is getting spooked, so go say hi to Unk, and I'll be seeing you guys on the other side. Thanks for watching. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and a good night.
Oh, guys, I made a fuck ton of this. If you break a bottle of acid, the contents will disperse to surrounding area, particularly if it against liquor. Yo, you man, thanks for the host, man.